and then he has like a panel of like, he just has a stand-in of the Pope behind him, and he just has a control panel to control what lights appear. Because if anyone says anything slightly anti-Catholic, he presses a button, but the Pope grows red and he looks really afraid.
I've seen some like different like scenes from like Jay Slat and stuff, which is really funny seeing him as an evil dictator and all this art and stuff, because most of the stuff I've seen of him is him just being like super monotone and like kind of down like this, and like he just says something really not off-putting. Actually, we'll just go with like off-putting.
He is constantly playing a character in like everything he does. Like he played up like him being like a Republican. I don't think he is, but the only thing he would say political is I don't like Obama, but he would never expand on why or what Obama has done to make him not like him. He's like, I don't like Obama. Like, why? Because look how bad the country was. It's like, okay, and like how? He's like, I don't like Obama. He just wouldn't like expand on it. He played.
I was talking to some of my extended family members.
Yeah, but like, joke. And then he plays up that he's Catholic by like he listens to Gregorian chants in his free time. He had a Christmas tree up until like July because he kept saying that taking down the tree is just an insult to Jesus. Like shit like that.
And the only other person I'm familiar with is Dream from the Manhunt videos, and then Technoblade, because he's just been playing Minecraft since Minecraft.
Yeah.
So, I don't know anything more about him, except I think he's supposed to be a good PvP and probably.
Yeah.
But that's mostly from like the fact that I don't get super into individual people, because I find it kind of creepy. You can enjoy people's content, but I don't like the like obsession people form with internet personalities. Yeah, it's not good for you, and it's not good for the internet personality.
It's a struggle to follow them on Twitter and stuff, because you just see like all the creepy fans they all have, when it's just like, I just like your Twitter like page because it's funny, because I think you're a funny person.
There's someone I follow for their art, and for some of their just like funny meme posts. But they are really, I've never seen people as loud as they are about it. Like people making this uncomfortable connection to like their internet persona. And they're like, no, this is why I don't share any public information about myself, because you guys run away with it and create this creepy friendship that you have with who I am on the internet. And I'm not about that shit. Do not message me like that. You can talk to me like a normal fucking person, but you start creeping and I'm just gonna block the fuck out of you. I don't care if I upset your feelings.
Yeah, it's mad creepy.
I also want to mention, you guys kind of went off, but the first thing that appeared on stream after the wait screen was Alex talking about the whole Pope thing and what he was doing. It was just that without the prior context. It was really great.
Those who know will get it.
Yeah, those who know.
We can do a little emote of an outhouse, so it's just a hidden reference that only certain watchers will get.
I think the best part is when this appears on YouTube, and that's just one of the first things that they see in the YouTube video, is just Alex talking about this
aggro Pope.
Aggro Pope.
Alright, I guess partway through this, I will have a spaghetti delivery.
More spaghetti.
My roommate, whenever he makes spaghetti, he makes a fuck ton because he has just a box of it. Like, I mean, like an actual box full of just spaghetti.
He's not special. I always have a box full of spaghetti.
I've never seen that before. So what? Like, I don't know. He just makes like a fuck ton, and then he's always like in our house group chat, like, "Hey, I'm making spaghetti," and everyone's like, "Okay."
Just be careful.
Oh no! There goes an entire shelf of fridge.
Can become memes that will stick to you for the rest of your life.
I guess.
It's a charity stream where it's like, if we get to $20,000, Alex finally has to eat spaghetti on the stream.
I wasn't expecting the Alex don't touch my spaghetti emote to happen, but here we are.
It's too old.
Now a cartoonish Alex just stuffing his mouth full of spaghetti.
Oh, that's an even I can get behind. That's great.
But you could do like a version where it's like the Game Grumps, where they've got the mouthpiece to keep their mouth open. Make it even worse.
terrifying.
If in the future we're doing a project that requires like a Patreon, one of the high rank goals, like the $1 million goals, is Alex has to eat spaghetti on stream with one of those mouthpieces in that keeps your mouth like open.
If I get a cut of the money, I will do it. Like I don't have
Yeah.
a high standard. So like,
You'll receive $1,000 grievance pay.
oh, I'm fine with that. That's good.
Do we get grievance pay for having to watch him?
That's a good question.
No. You just have to tell people don't put the money in. Don't do it.
I'll also be right alongside it. Don't fucking do that. Like, I'm done with the money. Just I don't want to actually do it. But if I'm getting paid, I'll do it.
One
Watch
day,
the
Alex,
bits
I'll
just
just be
start-
rich enough to hire you.
And then
And then
the
you
1
won't have a
billion.
choice.
Yeah.
Then the 1 billion mark is Alex has to open a eating spaghetti only fans.
It's the only reason I get a lot of money from that. I would never.
I like Vale's face there. Just, you soured her Coke.
That's impossible. Unless you shook it up. But you did sour my e-think.
So,
Don't worry, we may not get a consolation prize, but we can at least send each other therapy dice.
Ooh, I will take therapy dice. I can be bribed with dice incredibly easy.
I think I actually got a discount because I backed the brass dice on Kickstarter. It's the solid brass ones, and I've been really looking forward to ordering a pair.
Yeah, unfortunately, like, I was gonna go ahead and save up so I could get another commission from someone. So we have a matching party art, because I just split with a friend to get another friend who lives somewhere where the exchange rate is incredibly foul. She is not getting art for herself anytime soon. So we split money to get her art. And I was going to save up to get mine too. But we have a cabin booked, and so that ate part of my money, and then we had to replace a bearing on Ellen's car, which ate much more money. So my art will have to wait, as will any dice purchases.
Speaking of which, I finally got a response from the artist. And
Oh, nice.
reference images,
Hey.
and I paid already, so I will be getting updates soon.
ooh.
I'm so excited.
I can't wait. That's one of the things that, if I become rich and famous doing this, I can just order art, character art for all our characters for all our games.
I mean, my dream in general, like for any of this shit, is I would love like not to the same level, but like I'd love an animated like Critical Role style intro.
That would be cool.
I would love that. Like seeing all their characters animated in action doing something cool. Like not like to that insanely high, amazing production value, but like just seeing it in general would be really, really cool.
Honestly, my dream is just to have character fan art.
I just want like an singular piece of art from like both the games, and I can die happy.
I want character fan art because I want to see what people who get inspired by our characters make, rather than get paid to make our characters.
Yeah, like
That's true.
expressing their own style, like with our characters and stuff. Be
You
super
do
And
have
then you
that.
get fan art. You're like, hey, so where's your coffee or your Patreon, so I can just boop, a little bit of money at you. Thanks.
You do have that one piece of Dagon fan art.
Yeah, the one that Quentin drew. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that's right. I've seen that.
I have not seen this.
It is the highest of qualities.
It is grade A fan art.
It is MS Paint.
Oh yeah, by the way, Devin, it seems your mic switched back to the worst one.
Let me check.
So that's weird. This mic didn't unplug this time, so I have no idea.
Can you guys hear Devin that loudly? Because I have maxed out and I could not hear him that well.
It sounds
Yeah,
different.
he's coming in.
Your mic's having a real tough day today.
I guess so.
Is it everything plugged in snug?
It should be, because I unplugged it and replugged it back in, so this would turn back on.
I mean, that sounds a lot better. So.
It does sound good now, though.
Okay.
So, don't know.
No idea.
Anyway, let's get started. It's only 20 some odd minutes in. But so last where we left off, you guys were in Helenia, in the capital city of Farna. You guys have seen some other knight-like individuals that have, well, similarly religious bearings as the Inquisitors, not quite the same. And just taking in a lot of Helenia's natural, simple lifestyle. A lot of, like you ever go to like those distant towns out in the middle of nowhere, and like every other corner you just find like wood carving shops of someone who just makes wood carvings. It's a lot of that kind of stuff, along with various produce and animals and such like that. So you guys went, did all that, got a bunch of food, had a really nice meal, only somewhat disturbed by Richard's overly anatomical discussions during
Not
eating.
the dog helped.
Yeah. And some other somewhat strangely sad jokes made by Richard, and just a little bit of character expansion on his end as you guys are heading to the Cathedral of Helena. So from Farna, it takes about 20 days to get to the cathedral, which is insane. I keep going back to the Sky Temple, flying 30 miles an hour and getting halfway across in like 3 days. And then I'm like, oh yeah, you guys are going halfway through one principality. It takes you 20 days.
Struggle bus hours.
Well, when you guys travel, I give you guys a very gracious 5 miles an hour. If you guys were actually traveling for 5 miles an hour, you'd be lightly jogging everywhere you go.
So we can't have calves like bam.
Yeah, and some of these people need to like rest and like tire out easier and all that. So
I'm gonna poison you in your sleep.
I'm going to touch you.
I could say that's the pace Doc sets for the party just because he doesn't want to be anywhere near Arthur, so he takes the lead and just walks ahead of everyone, and we're running to keep up.
He's just got like the long-legged stride, like the power walk down the hall. Like, I don't want to talk to any of you. I'm not associated with any of you. Everybody else is struggling to keep up. Hey, Doc. Hey, Doc.
But eventually, you guys arrive, and it's not quite what you expected. It is a large, grand cathedral out in the middle of nowhere. It's out in like ranch territory, so if people come here, they probably own a ranch and they probably live like 3-4 miles away from here, give or take. And it's probably like only a very handful. It's a very strangely large, grandiose cathedral for being out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. But on top of that, you guys notice a lot of those knights that you saw before, training out in the yard, doing military exercises and such. So as you approach, what do you do?
Let's see. So we're at the Grand Cathedral now. And there's-
You're approaching it, and you can definitely see a bunch of these knights wearing the light blue tabards with a white cross on them. Currently doing what appear to be military exercises on the yard.
I would trust that no one cause any problems, Bobby.
That would probably be for the best. Does it still look like it's like public access or whatever? Or
Yeah, there does seem to be like several other barrack type buildings nearby, but the church doesn't have any gates, doesn't have any
It'd be bad
restricted
policy
access.
church.
It just seems that like whatever knightly order this is very closely associated with said church or cathedral, to be precise.
That's fair enough.
well, let's head inside, and she'll make her way to the church.
As you guys approach the wagon wheel very loudly going down the road, and you can see the men, kind of. One is barking out various orders, and the rest are following. It seems to be a very regimented. Groovy's really loud. It seems to be a very regimented, like, training regime. They do give you guys a glance as you drive by, but no one comes up with weapons to stop you. The cathedral doors are massive, 20-foot high doors to this 100 probably so tall building, and it's got nice smooth stone steps leading up. It definitely looks to be weathered by time. A lot of the stone is slightly pockmarked in some places from the various elements, and some of the stained glass has become particularly foggy over the years, but otherwise seems relatively well maintained. So, as you guys kind of enter in, and enter in, you see it is a grandiose cathedral indeed. Many of the stained glass windows depict images of the St. Helena in various forms of prayer or offering her blessings to people. And as you guys kind of enter in, you see there's various parish priests and such about, and various nuns. As you kind of are all approaching, one nun in particular, she looks to be maybe in her 30s or so. Comes up and is wearing the very, standard stereotypical nun regalia. Not regalia, but garb. And she says, "Have you all come to make a pilgrimage to the St. Helena?"
Actually, I was hoping if I could ask if I could learn more about St. Helena, if that was possible.
Of course. I find it strange that you would come all the way out here to do such a thing, as I'm sure there's plenty of libraries that have information, but Uh, sure. I can answer any questions you might have.
Well, something that I wasn't able to really find in books in particular was where she went after she left here, I guess. Was one of them.
Well, they say she left for lands that had greater need. She never really appeared out in the open again. But there's a division that say some say she went to God to do his work and to be ever looking on to those who worship him and her, and those who seek to help the sick, needy, and those in need. Others say she went to other lands to help heal and help people. She was never one to give her name out needlessly or to seek any kind of fame or fortune. So there's all likelihood that even if she did go to other lands, no one would have known it was her.
I suppose that's fair. Um, is there any particular knowledge on the miracles she was able to perform that maybe the books might have left out?
Well, I'm not sure what you're asking exactly. She had the ability to cure the sick, heal the blind, to aid those in need, and to offer uncanny guidance and bring the people together.
And people believe this was due to a prayer to God.
Of course. I don't know how else you could explain such things. You realize that asking about her supernatural qualities is probably not the best to do in a church of all places.
Fair.
It's very much probably a lot of the same, light cast down upon her, and the person was healed. She laid her hands on someone, and they recovered from a near terminal illness. Along those things, but all God given. She was just a vessel for God's mercy.
Is there any writings of hers that are around that people might be able to read under supervision? Or
No, I don't think so. She wasn't one for any kind of scripture, nor did she claim to be any kind of prophet of God.
Was there others that she ever taught?
Sorry?
Were there others that she ever taught?
What do you mean, Tots?
People who followed her. That was such a gift.
Though many people did follow her, she was not any kind of teacher or anything. She wasn't like Abel, who taught morals and the way of treating one as they would their neighbor. She was a saint who helped people in times of need and was a beacon of hope for many, but she never had any specific qualities when it came to guidance or education or the such. All she wanted was for people to treat each other better. And during the current times, that was what we needed.
And what we may still need.
Yes, in these trying times to come, I'm sure.
Is there any recommendations for where one might find out more about St. Helena? And maybe the followers of the time?
If you're looking for more historical documentation, I'm sure the grand libraries and universities in Elmora are more than capable. Or I'm sure there's maybe some other documentation in Varna. I'm confused as to what more you could be looking for.
Just a general knowledge on her. Maybe a more, well, hopefully just a closer insight to her in general. Through maybe a follower or her own written words. But you said it wasn't much for documentation. So.
Well, it was a very harsh time, and written works weren't overly publicized at the time, unlike the new printing presses that have been developed in recent years. But I hope and pray that you find what you're looking for, child, and maybe it will bring you closer to God, and especially one who aspires to be closer to Helena in any form.
Thank you. And I appreciate your help.
Of course.
Is Varna relatively close by here?
You guys were in Varna.
Oh, were we?
You guys, yeah, it was the city you guys came to right before coming here. It's where you buy your vegetables.
Okay. Fair.
I'll tell you now, because it was something you looked up while you were in Elmora. Helena was just someone who came up. She came up in the time when the region was at had its various dukes and kings and such were at war with the ones from, oh goodness, what was it called? It began with an A.
There's not a lot of those.
Yeah, it was mentioned a couple times in the last session though. I'll be in the history. What was it? It was what the region was called before it became Helenia.
Oh, that was, well, it was Asphagia? Oh, it combined with Asphagia. That's what it was.
Yeah. As Helena at the time brought people together and formed peace as their after the war with Ra, Helenia was ironically more chaotic in the peaceful time, as various bandits and such would come and pillage the region, and there was lots of issues with the various monarchies around, and she brought a lot of the people together and was mostly known for just brokering peace and bringing people together until eventually Zorn came along to bring them under the Imperial banner, and once he did, she left afterwards, and no one knows what happened to her ever since. But not much is known about her, as this happens 600 some years ago. No, 700 some years ago. And she wasn't someone who had a history before what happened, and her history afterwards seems to be shrouded in mystery. So, you also read, because of your access to the books, and as a quick reminder, that there was a likelihood that she was a high synchronization with one of the gods. The god Mikael, which Richard even told you about before when you brought her up.
Okay. But in the church sense, Mikhail is an angel, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The church says that Mikael's an angel.
But that's what they also say about Raphael from the Ilium religion as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, you can find all the angels' names, and it's not really that hard. Though the book at the time referred to Mikael as a god rather than an angel. But you didn't really dive too much into Mikael after that, so. I've also put us on the tabletop Twitch section in Browse rather than D&D, so we'll see how that works.
Fair.
Try it for an hour or so. If not, I might switch over to D&D. Doesn't look like the numbers are doing too much better. And honestly, it looks like they're doing a little worse, but we'll see.
I guess. Yeah. She'll probably be researching the god sets at a certain point. She'll have to do that when she's in a position to, though, or a place to.
Fair. So, beyond that, if any other members want to do something while at the church, you're free to do so. Richard himself refuses to go in for fear of bursting into flame, or at least so he says.
And that's the excuse I use too. Besides, like a joking comment in passing about perhaps Serena and Sister Ishtar should take up prayer to learn more. That actually seems to like mildly, genuinely enjoy some of the architecture, mostly just because it's really pretty ass building. But otherwise, it's definitely just here for Serena's sake.
And Arthur's kind of idly milling about. Just, he's curious. He's never really been in like a church of this scale, really. So it's just kind of taking in all the sights. And he's milling around quickly as I go get a bowl of spaghetti.
Oh, damn it. Ripley, meanwhile, is just wasted behind him.
That boy doesn't know that he's stepping in dangerous territory the more he associates himself with spaghetti. Nothing ever good happens to anyone who associates himself with spaghetti.
A peculiar omen.
Oh, there is the flying spaghetti monster, isn't there?
He's gonna become a warlock, flying spaghetti monster.
I'd say since we're there, Ishtar may as well pay proper respects in the cathedral, since she's here as anything a show of respect.
Okay. You do say. Offer a prayer.
And if there is a donation box, she'll put 2 silver in.
Okay. You do so, and one of the priests notices, and he says, "The Lord thanks you for your offering."
She bows respectfully and continues on her way out.
As you walk out, Radovan is sitting beneath a umbrella. He's got like a nice big hat on that his hair is all nice and tucked into.
He's got one of those huge floppy sun hats.
Pretty much.
Is he not stepping into the church under fear of bursting into flames?
More just not to attract any unwanted attention. Yeah. And Richard is saying they're dying because it's super hot out, as you're in the middle of a nice open plain in the beginning parts of summer.
Should have bought a parasol. Everybody laughs at the man for buying a parasol until... And had Serena been doing anything else?
Not particularly. Kind of watches Ishtar give to the till, and afterwards just leaves with everybody.
Okay. As you guys come out, Radovan's it's like, well, I hope you got what you came for, Serena.
I got at least an idea of what to look for next, at least.
And yeah, I would have thought that would be enough. Isn't the limited information on her the same as your beliefs? What more do you need than to help?
I'm not sure. It's just when you come to the I guess the place where everything started, you just kind of figured there'd be a bit more, you know? But I am looking up, and it looks like there's still some things to learn about it, at least.
But she's not the only saint. There are other people who displayed her miracle works, and if they are not all just gifts of God, then perhaps you will find some modern day equivalents besides yourself.
Alex, your screen is still on.
Oh, I'm aware.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He's just gonna dip out of frame.
Hey, you know, if he gets it out early now, then it can't become a thing later, so.
Okay.
Galaxy brain.
That's way too big of a mouthful. I was about to
There
say.
it is.
Please don't eat that much.
Well, as
They can't all be winners.
as you say so, Raven shrugs and is like, I'm sorry I could not be of more help. She was, from my understanding, well before my time.
Well, before any of our times, it would seem.
Hell, even my father was relatively young at the time that she was doing her thing, so I don't even know if he would know of much.
Okay, if you did.
Well, Zorn wasn't so well off with the supernatural at the time, and who knows? Maybe a blessing giving woman at the time was clashing with his image as divine emperor. She did just suddenly disappear off on some journey.
Hmm.
Just like the elves.
Do you think there might have been some foul play?
That wouldn't be beyond what you would expect at that time in history. Though, he looks around. I'll leave more of the history lesson for when we're away from the scary men with big weapons.
At least they're not all the Inquisition.
No, but they probably don't like you bashing their saint or their religion.
No, I don't imagine that they do.
Probably not.
But onwards then.
Well, let's see. There's no trail from here to where we're going. We could cut across the countryside. Or we can take this gentleman's cart back to Varna. It would cut a significant amount of our time down if we just cut through the open fields.
Is there anything dangerous about doing that at all?
Oh, besides, callously walking onto someone else's property that they might want to make sure is well defended. Granted, I don't think we all have too much to worry about from your errant farmer.
No, the sidelines are far different stories than they were in Goldar. Moss, for that matter.
Well, if the map is correct, we could take 10 days back and then take the road to La Roche from there. That'll be before we hit Varna, but we could, make way there. Or we could cut through some of the open lands and cut out of our journey a good 20 days or so.
That's a big chunk.
Be all the quicker for us to get where we're going.
It's true.
We just have to do so without a cart or horses.
That shouldn't be too bad. We crossed over into Goldar from Moth.
It's true. We traveled a long way on foot. Well, Mr. Hell Knight, what do you say? I know you mentioned before you didn't really get out too much from your university. Yeah, no, that sounds fine, I suppose. What's the worst that could happen?
He's got to build those calves one way or another. Can't keep up with the tabletop party without them.
kind of sounds like the worst we're gonna come across is getting jumped by a man with a pitchfork.
Well, for some of us who can actually defend themselves, I'm sure that's not a problem.
Oh,
But for
no
us
problem at all.
squishiest individuals who defense of oneself could mean worse death, then yeah, it probably is more of an issue.
I highly doubt you're going to get ambushed by a farmer.
You never know. They know their lands better than anyone else.
And I'm sure it's a handful of words from Serena away from being dealt with, or a bullet from Arthur from being dealt with.
I mean, I don't think we really have to resort to violence in that case.
As I said,
We
They
could,
get in our way too much.
we could just ask if we could pay for passage across.
Okay. Well, hopefully no one gets skewered by a pitchfork, he says as he slumps over the edge of the cart and stretches his legs out.
I would make a joke about, like, man, what if I was pitchfork immune, but I think I actually am.
I think everyone just looks at Arthur.
Ishtar looks very confused. When did you pick that up?
I mean, like, if you try to, like, stab me with a dagger, it's not gonna work. Like, you like
Can
make
I
a little-
try?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Josh
Oh no.
goes to say something and just throws up his hands. No, he's not going to argue it. Sure.
Richard
Yeah.
shrugs.
You don't need to eat. You don't need to drink. You're not bothered by the cold. All of it's been proven correct. You can fly on a whim and have fake. If you say you can't get stabbed by a regular ass dagger, you can't get stabbed by a regular ass doctor. You've broken dock in this regard.
May I suggest if you are going to stab each other, can you do it away from the cathedral and the men with large swords?
Well, I mean, if nothing happens.
Nothing happens and it will look suspicious.
It'll look suspicious to the guards.
Just, like, face away from him.
They're right. I'll leave stabbing Arthur for later.
It can be a surprise. You can ambush him.
Just same thing.
No, I don't want to. From the stories you guys have said, I don't want to sneak up on him. That sounds like a quick way to meet my maker.
Probably, actually.
All right. Let's get moving on. Radovan hops onto the edge of the cart and then just drops off lightly.
At least you won't be needing snowshoes this time around.
Ah, yes. Just need to worry about the lights. Anyway, thank you, good sir, for your service. Here you go, and so a few more shekels for your taking us all the way out here into the middle of nowhere, and buy yourself something nice. By the way, something nice. The guy just nods, is like, thank you kindly. Puts the pouch away. And begins going off.
Beer money.
More than likely.
What dice are you gonna buy out here in the farmlands? I got you an extra big turnip.
Hey, look, it's that wood carving thing you like, dear. This one's a bear. They're all bears, dear. It's true. You ever go to a wood carving place? There's a lot of fucking bear wood carvings.
Yeah.
Like 90% of what they carve.
And they always have like the 10-foot tall native statue out front.
Yeah.
And you're like,
I bet they're whiter than mayo inside.
Yes. It's like the opposite energy from those really big gas stations that have all of the wizard and dragon statues inside.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But we begin our long trek to the plains.
Okay, I switched this over to D&D, and we'll see if we get more people over this hour or not. I'm curious which will do us better, tabletop or D&D.
Unfortunately, there's not really an Anima, and nobody's looking in Anima if there is.
Well, yeah. There
Well,
is
so little.
actually a tabletops RPGs section on Twitch.
Yeah. Just, I don't know, for the numbers, do a little bit of clickbait.
The system is better than D&D? Exclamation mark, question mark.
You won't believe what my players do. That kind of shit.
Back at it again with Ass Blaster.
That would probably
Gunslinger?
work.
What?
Though it'd have to be changed to Booty Blaster.
Something like that. Or you have to, like, censor it.
Yeah.
Put the asterisks in it.
Or like A asterisk blaster.
Thumbnail is you doing the YouTuber face, like hands to your cheeks, surprised. Yeah, fucking YouTuber face.
Yeah.
What do you mean there's guns in my fantasy RPG?
we'll have to do some we'll have to do some one shots. See if we can get attention that way. So we can meme up the title and not have it be a big issue.
Fair.
I do know a majority of people who do look up tabletop streams, though, are looking for ongoing campaigns. So having a very proper title that shows like you've been having a lot of sessions seems to be more effective. But we'll see. It's a lot of fucking around with the algorithm and seeing what people see and don't see. I do know there were a lot of D&D things tonight, actually. Like a lot of D&D streams.
I looked at the tabletop category, and there were a lot more than I expected.
Yeah, the tabletop category had a lot, but the D&D one had way more. Granted, we usually have like 3 to 4 people because we have people in this stream watching, which puts us at least halfway up the list. Because there's lots of one-viewer streams out there.
And then Thursday, D&D is strangely slammed. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's strangely slammed.
Weird.
Even though 99% of people are watching one stream. Who knew? It's why we don't have games on Thursday. You don't want to compete with that.
Oh, we should try David and Goliath it. You know?
David and Goliath it. Yeah, sure.
You look great doing that.
Convince them to raid you. Just start your game after.
Just listen.
It's rated by like 10,000 people.
That would be sick. You've been rated by Critical Role. Oh god. 100,000 viewers.
It's like the time that Matthew Mercer admitted that when he's bored, he'll go onto Twitch and just look at the other like tabletop streams with low viewers, just because he's curious what other people's games are like. And then a bunch of people in the fucking comments were like, "Oh God, he may have seen mine." No.
I would love that. I would love to have Matthew Mercer look at my videos. But anyway, so
by Critical Role, the algorithm has a stroke.
as you guys head out through the plains, it's still, before you hit the next road, it's still like 8 days or so, 8 to 9 days or so. So it's a lot of wilderness trekking, which you've had in Goldar, but it's just stranger in a region that is a little bit more civilized to go through uncivilized territory. Unlike in Goldar, where everywhere is uncivilized unless you're in the southern part of it. It's like when you go to Seattle and then you start trekking around in the wildland areas, like outside the major city area, and it just feels very bizarre. But as you guys are traversing through, one night you guys are camping, and you hear the howls of wolves in the night.
Irritated sigh.
Did they sound close?
I mean, hearing a wolf at all means it's somewhere within like a few miles of where you are, typically.
Arthur's already awake as he's keeping watch. Uh, he's already like standing to his feet, ready to summon his guns if needed.
What is the chances they're just after livestock and not us?
What are the chances, indeed?
Hopefully slim.
Pulls himself up, sitting.
It is still a significant amount of time before anything of real note happens.
I'd say Arthur at this point has his key detection up.
Okay.
Yeah. Probably spend most of the time keeping an ear out for anything getting closer. Or Radovan with his, what do your night vision eyes see?
What's your range on your key detection? 60?
I'm rolling it and open it up a.
You don't roll it. It's just a standard number.
Oh yeah, forgot. Well, I was opening up the document Dev made. That is 150 feet.
Okay. About 40 minutes in after that, you guys, for the most part, notice. I think everyone has a decent enough notice in this group, actually.
If you're talking sounds, sure.
Sounds.
The night.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah. I got a 65 for notice.
I got an 80.
60.
One sec. Need to pull up my calculator.
Concerned? Have you not updated your notice in a while?
I got a 262 notice.
It'd be a
Yeah,
search
passive.
roll.
Oh, search roll. Then let me change that.
Notice is passive.
I got a 222 search.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're like the last person who would even need a roll, really.
I was just curious.
But you can definitely hear and pinpoint about the approach of wolves. Seems to be a relatively large for a pack of wolves, about 10 wolves or so.
Arthur silently relays this information to everyone. Well, silently, quietly. There are 10 of them.
Stands up, pulls his blade.
Arthur summons his guns and his silencer.
One in particular seems to approach and look around the edge of the camp, and you all seemingly stand to be at the ready. With the darkness, almost everyone else can't really see it. Arthur can make out.
Oh, wait, I have night vision. I forgot. I have
Well,
night vision.
even more, Arthur can.
I'm sorry, have you told Doc that you can see in the dark?
No, he's just very clear looking. Someone's like, it's right there. I see it.
Serena can't stay in the dark. She will create light.
I'll spook him.
Okay.
Doc just tells everybody to keep in a tighter formation. Don't figure back to anywhere.
As you create light, which is not a very hard ability to use. Still gotta roll in case you make yourself go crazy. But
Wasn't a great roll, but it passes.
you create a light and you can see something in the bushes start at it. But you can definitely hear the sound of various growls and such going on in the woods around you guys.
That was all planes.
Sorry?
I thought it was all plains.
All plains?
Yeah, like,
Plains land,
grasslands
there were no
everywhere.
trees, no forests. It was flat land.
Oh, yeah. Well, you guys tend to take cover wherever you
Okay.
find trees or anything when you camp out.
it's fair.
Some type of groundwater somewhere that they're hanging out.
Yeah.
I-
Rather than having unexpected rain shower in the middle of the night and...
Listen, I have to keep my visual, like my mental image,
Fair.
matching.
But yeah, you're in a mostly small wooded area. The kind of forest you can walk through in about 10 minutes. They approach, growling.
To scare them off, Arthur.
Arthur drops the suppressor and shoots the one that's getting close.
Shoot it or shoot at it?
Yeah,
You do have a cannonball if you want to. Boom.
we have a 15-foot radius of bright light currently.
I can see them anyways, but
Yeah, he was fine.
yeah, it's examining the situation. Oh shit, it's an animals. I can't even wouldn't roll a check. There's no way he'd know if shooting at it or just killing it outright.
Serena
Scary.
could tell you if that's a good idea or not.
Warning shot or shoot to kill.
Well, you just heard him say it. So. Can you tell him?
Not rolling the best today, but that's a 117.
117. Not rolling well, 117. It's still
I
a
have
pass.
85 in the stat.
Yeah. Topi.
High level characters. Anyway. Well, basically, it can be a 50-50 whether intimidation tactics might work or not. Considering they're in a pack, intimidation tactics are less likely to work.
There's a chance it could work, but as they're in a pack, it's less likely to be so.
Anything you'd suggest then?
Might as well not waste a shot.
There's no wasted shots when you make your own bullets.
Well, more the time, because once you start shooting, they're gonna get aggro. Much like the Pope.
Much like the Pope. Once you shoot at the Pope, I'm sure he'll be very angry.
There weren't any farmhouses or houses nearby to the woods we were camping in, were there?
You saw maybe one off in the distance before heading into the tree line, but you guys felt you were adequately out of their property line, but given these kind of parts, you never know what someone might claim as their property line or not.
True. She was thinking more in terms of noise if they were far enough that it wouldn't wake someone up if a little bit of noise is created.
I mean, given your circumstances, someone waking up at start in the night is a small price to pay to defend yourselves against wolves.
Yeah. Well,
It's not likely that being friendly to a pack of wolves works out well, I'm guessing.
I mean, it's not a recommended survival tactic. It could work, or you could have your hand bitten off.
we can, or we'll have a bunch of wolf friends.
Or,
You
indeed.
shoot the damn things already.
Any no other idea? Arthur just shoots this thing.
Okay, make your roll.
That's an open roll.
Show that.
So you kill the wolf. I'll let you know now, their stats aren't super high. The most the wolf can roll is 150. So
There's just a
127.
bunch of them.
280.
Yeah, and then minus the penalty for dodging a bullet.
Yeah.
Needless to say, I'm sure you take out its 105 hit points, no problem.
Yeah.
So, bang! The gun goes off loud. The various wolves roll their composure. They're fine. The one you shot goes down with a yelp. But now the wolves seem to set in. So roll initiative for me, everyone, please.
Yep.
Wolves rolled a 69.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Actually rolled a decent initiative.
Speed.
Speed.
Not initiative. Speed.
But Alex, what if you were faster?
Good question, Devin. It's actually coming up with a key technique.
There's
Made me more aware.
a passive one that gives you a +10.
That's the advantage. Yeah, I mean, like, I can now see in the dark because I was looking at, like, what can I get with this, like, creation point? I was looking, it's like, kind of just this, like, dark vision because it comes up.
Arthur, you're first.
All right, channel's key.
Okay.
Let's see. Is that? You remind myself how much it takes for that. Nope. Next round. As how many wolves can I see currently?
You can see, well, due to the brush, most of them are like partially obscured.
Okay.
Every once in a while, they'll come through the bushes and attack you all, but you know approximately all of their locations.
All right. Well, time to test this ability out, I guess. Arthur, with his key and his first shot, will use an area attack at like the largest cluster of wolves he can sense.
What's the size of the area attack?
15 feet.
15 feet. Okay, so essentially how I mean,
15,
yeah,
right?
it does apply to all of them. Well, not all of them, but I'll say it'll apply to 15-foot radius or diameter.
That's important determination. I'm pretty sure it's radius.
It is a very important. It determines whether it's 15 feet across or 30 feet across.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the
Let me
size of the
quickly-
craters we're dealing with here?
I'll quickly open up the PDF.
That's why you get the GMs that go, "Are you sure you want a fireball?" Like,
Yeah, it's true. It is massive.
oh, that's right. This one, the bullets are just bigger, isn't it?
The barrel grows.
Yeah, it's a blunderbuss.
Yeah, this is the one you use to create the holes that you could bathe in moth.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's how I came up with this ingenious idea.
I made a pool.
I needed a pool. Trying to control F area attack, and it comes up a lot. Okay, there we go.
Yes.
Radius, yeah, it is radius.
Okay, so 30 feet across. Good to know. Good to know. So that hits about. I'll say they're surrounding you guys. I'll say that hits about 3 of the wolves.
All right. Okay. And just an attack roll then on my end? I've never made an area attack.
Does the ability state whether you take the penalty or not?
Player must choose the radius and pay the cost. The time techniques created, it's not possible to specify particular targets. Everything in the radius suffers the effects of the technique. It does not say anything about a penalty for me.
Okay. Then
It just says I used my attack roll. Yeah, single attack roll.
Oof. This is one of those situations where it's actually important how fast you are to be able to dodge it.
The radius itself makes most creatures capable of getting out of it in a single turn.
221.
110% of your damage, sir.
132.
You got 3 more dead wolves. Just Arthur's barrel suddenly just cartoonishly, and then all of a sudden fires into the bush. There's an explosion, and you're something happens over there for most of you. Arthur, you read 3 less living signs.
Some dirt flies into the light.
6 wolves remain. I assume I still get my offhand than my other attack.
Yes.
So with his offhand, he shoots another wolf he can sense and like partially see.
Okay.
What's the penalty for this? Because I assume they're obscured too.
Is this your offhand or your second shot?
Offhand, which is minus 15, right?
Minus 10.
If you have ambidextrous.
Cool, I do.
Yeah.
Minus 40 if you don't.
$259.
One more dead wolf.
All right.
As Arthur just gun expands, it goes back to normal. Fires with his other gun. You hear another yelp and one more attack. This will be at minus 25.
Takes out half the pack in one turn.
I mean, this wasn't supposed to be a challenging
248.
encounter. 248. That's another dead wolf. As this one also got like a 73. The wolves are not good at dodging bullets.
That's fair.
So Arthur's just blasting in. It seems like he's doing a lot of work. Next is Radovin's turn. He's gonna hold his action in case he gets attacked. Next is the wolves' turn, actually. Nope. Next is Ishtar's turn, actually. Followed by the wolves.
I'm assuming even with the light, I can't see anything. Can I pinpoint by sound where a wolf is?
Make a search roll.
I don't think I find it. That's a 52.
No, you just hear various sounds of wolves and the brush around you. The light created by Serena covers the campsite and illuminates the surrounding brush, but they seem to be moving around in the shadows beyond that.
Alright, she's going to hold an action to cast Sphere of Destruction when one of them jumps out.
Okay. I cast Sphere of Destruction on the wolf. It's like I use Firestorm on the tribe of goblins.
Gotta test out the spell.
Just rains hellfire and...
You haven't.
You know what, correction. She'll hold instead Water Impact instead.
Okay, sure.
Just because water would blend in a bit more than just a disintegrated plant on the ground.
I mean...
We're out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
do
you
not
don't
have
need to be
such
discreet.
big
Arthur's
fire.
not.
Ishtar's still going to be discreet because the poor farmer's already going to come out and find this nice giant crater in the ground. And there's no meteor or anything.
Also, you haven't truly lived until you've taken out 40 scarecrows with a firestorm spell.
She's not there yet.
So, that being the case, we have how many targets? 6?
5 wolves.
I'm talking about you guys, not the wolves.
There's 5 of them.
6 if we count our necromancer.
Yes, which he definitely counts.
He's hiding in a tree.
All right. Here's one coming at Jacques.
They will
Wolf
regret that.
lunges in for
Oh,
a
did they get faster than I did?
67. Sorry?
I thought they had gone slower than us.
No. They rolled a 69. They got a
Oh, okay,
129 total.
Alrighty.
On the bright side, you're not under the blind penalty.
Nope, you're aware and they come running at the brush at you.
Alright. I will flicker Yon out of the way.
Okay, go ahead and roll the potential.
Potential's high enough for 2.
2.
And I absolutely dodge with their attack. It's a 187
Okay.
projection.
So, the wolf lunges at you, and just in a fraction of a second, Jacques suddenly out of the way. It lunges in front of you. And what'd you get on your defense roll?
It was a 187.
187, so that's 120 over, so you can counter with plus 60 if you want.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Can I save this roll for later?
No.
Oh. Guess I'll bully some dogs.
Did you also open roll on the dogs?
Please save the roll for later, Cameron. Please.
I'm sorry, but no. Not unless you're a, oh goodness, a divination wizard in 5e.
It's a 342.
Oh my fucking
I
god.
got a 95 and a 92. Cameron, no.
So you beat it
Yeah,
by 223 points. So it's 200% of your or 220% of your damage, please.
220 is 154.
Sorry?
154.
154. So you blink out of the way. And how do you do this? I want you to tell me how you miraculously, expertly devastate this wolf. That's a level 1 character.
I'm so sorry, puppy. I wish I could. Do you know how much I'm gonna need that? I'm gonna be spitting mad when I do like the Kitwana fight and shit because I'm not gonna get any of that.
Yeah, probably.
Burn an insane roll on a goddamn wolf. So, Doc seeing the jaws and already with a intense distaste for dogs and dog kind is just instantly just out of the way and brings up the sword on the momentum that he's just kind of like left a gap into. And probably cleaner than even he intended, its head is just cleaved through as he just seems to get like the perfect angle for it. There's only a slight catch on the saber before the weight of the wolf just pulls it through. And he immediately looks faintly disgusted.
The head does a very stylish, like, spin in the air before landing next to the body.
And then he's immediately concerned that there's more wolves about to bite him.
Be thankful that you killed it, because otherwise, the other thing might happen.
Yeah, it was absolutely gonna rot.
Yeah.
It
I think
was
it's not gonna
probably
make
gonna
it.
have a very bad time, and so it doesn't know it. But thank
Serena
you
and
for
Ishtar
murdering
immediately
it.
bursting into tears from the like pathetic pained whining as the dog rots to death.
Okay, interesting enough. This one leaps out at Radovan.
Uh-oh.
He turns around. He was holding his action for this. And he's going to use his Vitello's persuasion power on it. Despite rolling a 5, he gets a 185 to persuade this not to attack him.
Radovan gets a pet wolf.
He turns, and his mouth is agape, but no sound comes out. The wolf seems to freak out for a moment. As it's rushing him, it just like turns, slides, and scampers away. It was not ready for whatever he just did, and seemed very persuaded not to attack him for some reason.
Persuade's a word you can use for intimidate.
Next is Ishtar. So the wolf busts out of the trees at you, but you get your attack first.
Jason, you share with the party.
That is a 123. I rolled shit.
With your magic projection?
Yes.
What's your magic projection score?
It is only 110 because I put it more into magic accumulation at this time around and upping my spells than I did upping my magic projection.
Oh. Then you did roll like shit.
Yeah, I rolled a 13.
Fair. Fair.
We can't all horrifically style on these wolves.
We're gonna have to work on your projection for sure.
Well, if I did my math right, she's going to be leveling up eventually sometime in the next couple games, so maybe I can fix that.
I need
As
to move the projection up.
as it is coming at you, you unleash your what ability is it?
This is the water impact.
Water impact.
And the way she releases it is she just basically spits water at it at a high velocity.
Okay. Something good might happen for you then, depending. What's the impact strength?
Impact strength is 8.
Let's see.
Stronger than most of our party.
And you just used at the base level.
Yeah, just the base level.
Okay. All right. So you hit it for 10% of your damage, which is 4 damage. Not too much, but you did hit it with an impact of 8. So go ahead and make a D10 roll using 8s versus its strength.
I rolled a 2.
For a total of
10?
correct.
No.
Yes. 2 plus the impact strength.
Okay, so yeah, 10.
Okay. The wolf rolled really, really well, and it got an 18.
It's pretty impressive.
So you hit it. It gets somewhat clipped by the water stream as you hit it at a high velocity water. Cuts through it. It snarls, but it runs up on you, and it's going to attempt to bite you.
Okay.
Do you have any magic accumulation left?
I do not.
Then you're gonna have to be light on your feet and actually dodge this one. It's coming at you with an 88.
Is it still the minus 30? Because I don't think we ever went through attack, dodge, or block for my character when we built it.
Does your character have an attack or block or dodge? Granted, everyone is automatically trained in hand-to-hand combat,
Okay, then.
so you don't have a penalty for it.
Alright, then. So that would be an 89 to dodge.
Okay. You blast out at the wolf, and using just the fraction of space you gain from damaging it a little bit, you manage to just barely avoid the wolf's jaws as it comes lunging past you.
Plus 0 counterattack. Just kidding.
Just punch it.
This one's also against Jacques. $132, and you have no penalty because you're using your dodges.
$199.
Okay. It's a difference of slightly over 60, so you can counter with a plus 30 if you want, which will be for you just a plus 5.
Okay. $182.
Okay, it got 120, so that's gonna be 60 over, so 60% of your damage.
42.
42. All right, it needs to make a physical resistance roll against. What's your target number?
VR. Not
I mean,
PR.
it's the same for it either way.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Unless you have a bonus, as we say. And for that, it's a 70.
It passes just because I rolled high enough on the dice.
Good job, buddy.
He doesn't get to suffer horribly before he dies. Wunderbar. Last wolf is going to attack Ishtar.
I like to imagine that Richard has just ascended into the trees, leading to a branch somewhere.
Serena is gonna cast a shield on Ishtar.
Okay. I do believe it's a passive action.
And I don't sustain a penalty for shielding other people, which is a plus.
Hi, Acer. Happy you could join us finally.
So Ishtar, this is going to be a D100 roll minus 30.
Because I'm helping somebody else.
Oh, and don't forget to add your agility bonus to it.
Did you need to add your phone? Things like that.
So what's your agility score? Not you.
What?
Agility score is a 6.
So plus 5.
Well, I got a 99.
That's an open roll, and you're technically trained.
Yeah, what the fuck are you two gonna do when you get attacked somewhere where you can't use your abilities?
I actually have
Jam? I need you to verify the dice to prove that I am not crazy.
Oh, did we get another really crazy open roll? Oh, I think we did.
It's a 99 followed by 100.
Yeah.
This sucks. Could have used that roll in your fight, couldn't you?
I know.
I wish we could all save these rolls, man.
Bad luck.
Not me. I'm glad it's burning right now because I've been rolling like garbage.
We just sucked the luck out of you.
So anyway, you throw your shield up, and then Ishtar suddenly just gets this moment of like zen as this she just dodges out of the way of this wolf and spins around.
That is a 229 dodge.
Jesus. That's untrained.
Have you ever considered ballet?
She might ask you about that later. She's trying not to get bitten right now.
Followed by Jacques, who's now currently out of actions. So, after that is Serena, with whatever psychic projection she has left for the round.
That's fair. Well, she maintains the created light, which stays at a 15 for now.
Okay.
Let's see. I guess for all intents and purposes, since Ishtar, like, even though Ishtar rolled ridiculously, you have a as much as it matters now, what is it? A 1,000 life point shield on you.
Okay.
Nice.
Don't really have any psychic potential left. Yeah, that's all she could do right now.
All right. Followed by poor Richard, who hides behind Mr. Shooty, as he seems the most capable of defending himself.
I don't blame him.
Yeah,
It's just
I mean,
like-
depending.
He just pats you on the back. He's like, good job, keep at it, keep at it. Back
I
to the
mean-
top, Arthur.
It also doesn't help that when you said level 1, I'm wondering what their damage is, because I might just be immune.
You might.
So,
The base damage of a level 1 wolf? Yeah, what's your damage barrier?
55.
Yeah, I don't think that they can hit you.
Yeah.
In fact, if I didn't have Ki, I wouldn't be able to hit you with my sword.
Yeah.
It's base
I
damage.
will
is it?
say it's pretty close.
Well, actually, no, because my strength bonus would bring it above. So.
But I won't say if it's pretty close. Under or over?
Fair. Very fair. But let's see. He looks around. He does see that there are 2 wolves harassing his wizard friend. So he's going to help her with that.
Okay.
As he just kind of like looks off to the side, points his gun over, and just fires.
Okay. They die.
Yay!
I mean, we can do the numbers. I know that's the fun of the game. They got an 89.
Oh, that's way over already.
Oh, I'm sorry, 59 for dodging bullets.
250.
Oh, cool. You were just shy of 200 damage percent over. So, that one, you just like, side glance, fire. The first wolf that was attacking Ishtar goes down. Just...
And he like glances over again, adjusts his aim on the same hand, and just fires again at the other one.
Okay, so that's going to be minus 25. $75.
219.
Oh, good. He dies. With well over 100% damage on him. So, yeah. You just slightly aim again, and Ishtar, you just see as just very quickly, pew, pew, both the wolves fall down with a yelp.
Thank you.
Of course. As he just, with his other hand, just spins the gun around and just takes aim at another one in the brush and fires.
Okay.
Alright, minus 10.
We're down to like 2 wolves now, right?
Yeah.
Yes. One that's been slightly injured by Jacques, and one that has not.
225.
Oh, I should roll. It dies.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So that's 46. Yeah, it's 106. So that's over 100% of your damage. It dies. Just another yelp from out in the woods. Arthur lets you all know that there's one remaining.
He just looks over at Jock.
Radovan again holds his action in case he needs to. Ishtar.
All right.
I guess it's just the one that was on Radovan, huh?
Yeah, it was just the one that turned tail and ran.
Well, Jacques countered one and killed it. Countered another one. It didn't die. And then, yeah, that's all the extra ones that were insta-murked in the first part.
Ishtar's gonna cast Sphere of Destruction on the last wolf.
Okay, make a search roll. As they're dodging in and out of the brush to attack you guys.
The one on Jock?
Yeah, once they attack, they drive by and
Okay.
dodge into the woods. They have more than enough speed to do so.
Okay, that's a 95.
It's an open roll.
That is a 135 search.
Okay, easy enough. You can hear it running around in the brush, and you take aim. You wait for the right moment, and you fire in the direction. I'm not worrying about penalties for obstructed vision because it also can't see you that well. So, whatever penalty you get, it has essentially.
That is a 187.
187. Okay. This is a 72. So that's gonna be 100 over 100% of your damage. Let's see. I actually have to do the math for this one because it's not insta kill, probably. Is it just the base Sphere of Destruction?
It's just a base 30.
Okay, so yeah, the base one. So that was 180. 180 what?
187.
Okay, that's over 110. So 110% of your damage because they don't have energy armor. I mean, they don't have armor at all, but they especially don't have energy armor.
That is 33 damage.
So you launch it out. It lets out a yelp and kind of scurries a bit in the bush. Are you gonna do anything else?
Try again.
Okay. Technically, you can't use the same spell multiple times.
Okay.
But let's see here. Let me pull up the errata for the spell because it fires extra bolts the more you can charge it. Core exit.
The one book you have to pull out that's in Spanish entirely.
Lucky for us, I read a little bit of Spanish. Esfera de Destrucción. The intermediate level is 60 Xeon. Can you do that?
Yeah, she can.
Okay. So it actually fires 3 spears.
Okay.
And let me read it. Base damage is 30. You can attack different targets with it. Though, when you cast a spell, you determine how many are going on which target before you make the roll.
They would have all gone on the same wolf.
Yeah, right. So, just reading the extra part.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, do you roll multiple times? Let's see. You can attack different targets, but you have to determine where all your shots are going and distribution in the moment when you cast the spell. Yeah, technically it's 3 attacks. So, which
Okay,
is
so 2 more attack rolls.
yes, but you don't have any penalties because magic, but Wolf does because magic. So, so there's gonna be another attack, same roll. You don't have to make any changes. It unfortunately gets a negative 45 on this roll.
That is a 140.
28. 140. It got it got it got 88. So that's gonna be a little less than 60. So it's gonna be 50% of your damage, which is easy. That's 15 more damage. And the last roll. This is going to be a minus. Let's see, minus 50 plus 15, 65 for this one. Oh, good. I just subtract 3 from what I rolled.
That is a 171 for attack.
35. So that's going to be a little less than 140, so 130% of your damage, which is going to be 109. No, that's wrong. 130 over, which is going to be 39. There we go. Math. Which is a critical. So roll a critical level. Probably won't make much of a difference.
That's a 79.
Okay, it passes. So Ishar just generates 3 little orbs of what's your destruction energy look like?
It's either like 3 black flaming balls of fire that pretty much head in the direction of the target, like little comets.
Okay. They fling out into the woods, passing through various leaves and shrubbery, leaving perfectly sized holes in all of them as they go. The wolf's turn. In the 12 seconds that everything is going on, it hasn't realized that all its allies are dead. It's just going to do what it does based on instinct, so it's going to attack a random person.
This poor puppy.
Oh no, it attacks Richard.
Could I maybe get in the way? Try to get in the way of that since he's like right behind me. Just try to like.
Yes. Technically, you're adjacent. You can use the guard another action.
I'll do it.
Or the shove action or whatever it is in this particular instance.
Just push this nerd behind me. Just get him out of the way.
Technically, it's the guard another action. Let me real quick look it up.
I did not know that was a thing. I don't know if this has ever come up, like, ever.
Push aside. Sometimes a character who is dodging might need to push another individual out of the path of an attack. Oh, no, it's an active action.
Is that like that because of Anima's wonky initiative system that it used to have?
Yes, I would
can't
say.
ever doing that in active, like as an active action.
Yeah, well, it's It just says sometimes a character who is dodging might need to push another individual out of the path of an attack. This maneuver is considered afterward used to push in.
There are abilities that give you like a passive ability for it. So
Let me double check because I think
there's the bodyguard Ars Magus, and then there's the bodyguard technique style. One of the module things.
Yeah,
Heck, Richard's action could be just pull Arthur in front of him.
I mean, he's already expressed to Richard that like if you stab me, nothing will happen. So it's actually justified.
just looking up the Ars Magus real quick.
Yeah.
Because I agree, as an active action, it's just like, well, I have a feeling he's going to be attacked, so I'm going to be ready to push him.
Yeah,
I mean, technically, you could have done so without a problem because you didn't use all your actions.
That's fair. It's just one of those things where I'm thinking about it. I'm like, there's no guarantee that like someone would attack like a target like that. Like, it'd be very specific situations to use that as like an actual action. So.
So based on the Guardian action, which is specifically as its function, it does not require to having the initiative or anticipating an attack to defend a companion. So you don't get it just because another ability in the system says you do get it. So
that's fair.
So this is one of those weird things, but it's either if I make it so you can bodyguard. The only thing bodyguard does is reduces the penalty to -10 rather than -30.
Yeah. Richard, use me as a shield. Block. Don't dodge.
Actually,
block.
how many development points is it? Because reducing that penalty still might be worth it, despite 40 development points. Ooh. Just subtract a penalty by 20. And 10 martial knowledge. Yeah, no. We'll just leave it as a bodyguard only thing. Anyway, so it attacks Richard. That's going to be 113 versus his 69. Giggity. So he is going to take a little less than 40. Or no, a little more than 40. So 40% of the damage, which is going to be 20 points of damage. And he's like, ah! As he holds his arm out. The wolf bites into his arm and violently shakes it around. It's not a lethal attack, but it definitely looks like it hurts. Jacques, it's your turn.
I need to get the dog off the guy. Big baby. Uh, 212.
Versus its 90. That's going to be 120 over, 120% of your damage.
90.
90. It's dead. Ishtar beat this one up quite heavily, though, to be fair. So
yeah.
It was kind of desperate in attacking in its last desperation. With a shink, you stab into it, and it stops moving and collapses.
Is that all of them?
Yeah.
I bloody hope so. Oh, my arm. It hurts.
He cleans off the blade, takes his time cleaning off the sword first. Or he gestures for the injured arm.
He pulls the sleeve up and shows there's a very sizable bite with a little bit of lacerations from its violent tearing, but beyond that, he'll live.
Jacques gestures for him to sit down. Pull out enough things just to make sure it's cleaned out, because infection from wolf mouth sounds like a really foul incident. And we're not somewhere with a bunch of medicine laying around, so properly clean it up and bandage it.
Okay, go ahead and make a medicine roll.
Serena will go around to any of the wolves that look like they might have some life in them still.
That is absolutely none of them. You guys royally fucked all these wolves.
Yep.
I think some of them died twice. I'm not sure though.
That's fair.
I rolled really shit, so that's a 235.
Oh man, that's a garbage roll.
I rolled like garbage. 234.
Listen, that's the only skill I'm allowed to say that for.
I'm sorry, you only get absurd on your check, not almost impossible. Which heals 30% of his wound for 6 hit points.
Arthur finds like a spot like a little farther away from the camp, maybe closer to where the property that they crossed earlier in the day is, and he's just waiting with his key detection up, trying to see if, like, I don't know, he woke up some farmer who's come to investigate.
So it takes 2 seconds for the spy to conclude. We are in the middle of nowhere, in the dead of night. I'm unsure, even if they had the inclination to leave into the dark after the sound of multiple gunshots, that they would come so far.
A fair point. Honestly, didn't think of that. However, it beats, I guess, sitting and focus on nothing until y'all get your sleep.
Enjoy yourselves, and you sleep it off. It will be fine.
Yeah. You know, it's surprising. We teach a lot of normal medicine at the university, but I always find it's so fascinating how people have just had to deal with this without magic for so long.
Listen, feel free to use your magic to fix it.
I mean, if anyone's willing to give up some life force.
Well, seeing as Arthur is fully healed, so Radovan has his food source, might as well. She just...
Oh dear, no, it's a joke.
Pick up.
Oh well.
Plus,
Oh,
I
well,
doubt the Magus Rex would like for me to interrupt his sleep to ask for permission to heal a wolf bite wound by sanguinating someone's life force from themselves to replenish my own. I don't even think he would approve such a request. And I think I would only infuriate him more that I'm trying to use necromancy in the middle of the night. So, as long as I'm not at risk of dying, it should be fine. But thank you.
Okay. Fair enough. And she just drops her visage and goes back to bed.
Can't believe people just have to deal with things. Oh no, can't use your magic without killing someone over it. Grumbles to self. Goes to bed.
I don't even want to know how that interaction with draining Doc's life force would go.
Yeah, it would just fuck you up while healing you. If it would even be able to. I'm not sure.
No idea.
I have considered key transmission for hurting people.
Specifically for Arthur.
It's a weird ability because even though technically it infuses your essence with the venom, it's mostly a biological thing. because like it doesn't improve. Like if you have a strong key, you can't just flush someone with key and use your ability at a max level. No, you're more likely to kill someone by pissing on them than to flush them with key.
Oh, the check would be higher.
It would be substantially higher in comparison.
It would be a 80 instead of 70, and if it somehow managed to get into their body, it would be a 110 instead of 70.
So yeah,
I-
it's
I
just one of
love-
those weird things.
Watch your mucus membranes, kids.
Yep.
Technically,
I-
you could use key healing because as long as they don't touch your skin, they're fine, I suppose.
Well, if you're using your key to heal them,
I don't know.
well,
I guess
it's not make a VR check.
because Aura Extension also gives it off though. It's a really weird ability to like to work with.
I really like whenever you like say out loud what your VR checks are, because I can just look at my sheet and be like, hi,
And know how likely you are to die.
I have like less than a 50% chance of making like all of them. Even like the base one is like a 70.
What's the penalty?
It's half, so I have a plus 30.
Ooh.
About. Yeah, plus 30 to my VR checks.
Yeah, and if you failed by over 40.
Well, he
You'd
would.
be
I
fine
mean,
on
he could.
Aura.
He'd have to
On
roll
the
10.
thing, you'd be okay, but yeah, you'd have to roll really, really, really supremely garbage.
Yeah.
Now, if Doc really wanted to kill you, though, you'd be dead. It'd be like a drop of blood in your coffee in the morning.
Oh god, yeah.
Doc could sneeze on you and you would just.
Let that be a
That
lesson,
was a
kids.
glorious way to die.
Cover your mouth when you sneeze.
How did the legendary ass blaster die? They didn't wear a mask and a doctor sneezed on him. Wear your masks.
The weird part is he didn't die from a disease, it was poison, so.
Oh, yeah, we don't know what happened.
Or venom, I guess, technically speaking.
But, alright. With that wolf attack, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Alright.
See anyone back in about 10 minutes.
Never.
Anastasia was I think a really good character build so far. I like the strong. You can tell he's a really good fighter, and being on the more defensive side, it makes him more untouchable. I mean, a lot of the classes give bonuses to both block and dodge. So I'm very glad I've made this system to the point where it's like you get a defense roll. Some classes have a slightly different dodge than block, but otherwise it's mostly the same. Because block, there's no point to take block in the system. Because there's so many worse things that happen if you don't take dodge. Block a bullet minus 80. Dodge a bullet minus 30. Well, if you use a shield, but what if you don't want to use a shield?
Then you take the module that allows you to use your big fucking weapon as a shield.
But what if you don't want to take a big fucking weapon? You know, that's just there's so many things that fuck up with it that makes it not good. As someone who's fought people with shields on many occasions, shields give you a huge advantage on the battlefield. It's true.
Yeah, they do.
That's also true. It's true. If you're gonna kick ass, you might as well look cool. That's why Anima is so great. You just innately look cool by grace of the system's innately weeb nature. Oh no. Cats love sinks. Oh, I see. I'm excited for eventually changing my desk out. It will happen at some point in the future, but because I like my desk. It's set up pretty well for my what I do. I got like a bunch of fun knickknacks up above my desk. I mean, you've seen it, Alex.
Yeah, it's a good
But
desk.
it's a nice desk. What I don't like is the monitors don't really fit. They fit a little bit. Um, they're a little like one's a little tilted, and they're just kind of set in the like the framework of the desk, and I can't really move them or maneuver them or anything like that. And if I was to have a choice of like a better desk setup, I'd like a desk that's a big like somewhat curved desk that's like maybe half as longer as my current desk, and that has I still would like to have like the stuff on top, but I'd like it to be higher up so I could set my monitors on it.
I would love more space in my room to put my stuff because, like, I got another knickknack on the way because I impulse bought a fucking 3D printed super shotgun from Doom that actually opens up and you can like load with like fake shells. But I need a place to put it.
Sounds like an expensive impulse purchase.
It would have been, however, I guess Etsy lets you do what is it called?
Payments,
A monthly
installments.
Yeah, installments. So it's just I'm paying the money over the course of like a month and a half. So I pay like $20 every 2 weeks, which I'm making already. Like I'm making enough for that. So
How's your new job going?
I would like to do more of it, but I've been very busy because finals are next week and then the week after. So once break hits, I'm gonna start going a bit harder. But I've been like literally when I started, I was like, all right, time to start. Fuck. I'm very busy because I'm like, okay, this day I have to talk to these people. This day I have to talk to these people. This day I'm gonna be over here, like filming shit. Like it's a lot.
Fair.
And I've been just today, like before the session, I was in a call with my co-director on something. His idea. Well, I'm more the co-director, and then we're finishing up writing our project and gonna start shooting this weekend.
Sounds exciting.
Yeah, it's a lot, and luckily we have a lot of extra time for him and another person to possibly edit and get it done.
And this is for the cat one.
This is the Kittitas County Kitty Toss, which is such a dumb idea that I'm very excited for. It's on brand for me, I'd say.
I'd say so, yeah.
We do have a cat Morse code pun in there that I think you'd enjoy.
Oh.
We have a line that we're going to toss in there, like basically the scene is going to be like, no, the cat's like, yeah, you've expressed they like this sport for some reason, but like they can't possibly like confirm this themselves. Like they can't really consent to being thrown, and they're like, oh no, they can communicate. It's like, what? Yeah, they speak in some type of kitty Morse code, Meow's code, if you will. Yeah.
Approved.
Yeah, I thought that'd get you.
All right, back to the mix.
I will say during the rest of his journey, Ishtar is asking Hell Knight questions about magic and stuff like that, basic stuff.
Okay. Someone is breathing into their mic.
Not me, I push to talk.
I'm on push to talk as well.
Yeah.
I am as well.
Hold the push talk there, dear.
I think it actually might be you. Like the best way to get around that is angle your mic because it's like right in front of your face. Angle it down to your chin.
Well, I also have a fan pointed at me, so that might be the fan too.
It might be a fan as well.
And that I can't blame you guys for it because I've been in your at your place. I know how hot it gets.
It gets so hot for no reason.
Yeah, it's insane.
You guys should live somewhere, that's in the year 2020, has like full heating and air conditioning units everywhere.
Yeah, if they decide to charge like a whole bunch of money, it's just like,
Dude, we don't even have a proper water heater in this apartment.
No, yeah. One shower every 4 hours.
That's rough. You give it like maybe 30 minutes here and you're good to go again.
it takes forever for our sink where we wash dishes to get hot too.
Yeah. We'll move to a nicer place once our income stabilizes a bit more. And I start actually making money. Shouldn't be too long. Very much said with anxiety and despair.
Despite how warm it is, I'm pretty sure Vale would like it here. It's nice and warm. Most of us are walking around in shorts because of how warm it is in here.
Oh, what, in your house? Well, what's the temperature normally inside?
We don't have a thermostat in here.
I would say probably in the early 70s.
Yeah, this house
71,
stays
72.
about 72 to 74 maybe at most.
Your guys' place gets more than like
Perfect.
72.
It can get more than that right now. It's probably
I would say like the average. Like when it's feeling warm, it's it's in its 70s.
We keep it late, the early 70s, mostly because Ellen will catch fire if it gets any hotter than 72. And in fact, she has both her fans going on in her room.
I'm with Ellen on that one.
Mhm.
That's yeah. My preferred is under 70.
I can live anywhere between 72 and 86 because my parents wouldn't stop fighting over the thermostat.
I mean, anything higher than 70 degrees, I'm fine, well into 100, just because I'm a lizard. Anything below that, though, and I need... As you can see, I have a flannel on. It's chilly.
I'm
Like,
good
it-
in the 70s.
I remember I think one of the last times we hung out at your guys' place, I remember the text one of you sent me was yeah, just make sure to bring your own fan.
Yeah,
I'm
bring
like,
your own fan. Well,
Bring a chair and
That was
maybe
also
a
during
fan.
the summer too.
Yeah.
So even the worst time.
I remember just being that brief moment of no, never mind, makes sense.
I actually brought that up because I was making fun of you guys for telling Alex to bring a fan, and Quentin's like, no, you don't understand.
Yeah.
Our apartment gets really warm. We never have our heaters on. Well, we have a heater on in the bathroom. That was the only place.
That's the only reason. That's the only because it doesn't shut off.
During the summers, there's a large supply of Otter Pops at all times.
I eat popsicles by the dozen during the summer.
I'm just gonna load up the ice chest next year with dry ice and Otter Pops, so y'all can just go to
Yeah.
town on that, and we have freezer space.
If I'm ever hanging out with them, I need a dress for extreme warm weather because normally I'm the guy that's I'll wear jeans in any environment and a jacket. There I'm no.
He comes in with a sweater. I'm just like, that's brave.
Yeah, I just usually wear a jacket everywhere. It's
I see we've already made this calculation.
It's yeah. There's been times in the winter we've had 80 degrees because I'm sure the neighbors are blasting their heat and it just rises up into our apartment and stays and never leaves.
This
The time Alex showed up before we got the air conditioner too.
Was he here before?
Yeah, he showed up before we got the air conditioner because I got it not long after because I couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah, it was very hot and we were just dealing with it for nothing better. Oh, I miss my apartments in Spokane. All my apartments in Spokane had air conditioning. Our one in Ellensburg had good air conditioning too.
everywhere I've been in Ellensburg was pretty good about
And
it.
even if we weren't using the AC, you could pop the window and it was nothing.
Well, besides the pot smokers down below us.
Yeah.
But we'll get a better apartment. It's just the bad part about living in Bremerton, since it's a ferry ride away from Seattle, the cheapest places here are $1,200. And if we want a nicer place, we're gonna pay a minimum $1,400. Sucks ass. But when I'm rich and famous,
Speaking of, we should probably continue the stream.
probably. So, excuse me. After your little run-in with the wolves, fortunately, you guys don't have too much more issue with the wildlife after that. This group, I can never anticipate this group, because it's like, oh yeah, they'll be fine. It's just a bunch of people who are a couple levels under them. Someone gets injured or nearly dies. It's a bunch of wolves. 10 wolves, not a problem. A character actually gets injured.
To be fair, it's an NPC who
Yeah.
can't defend themselves.
Without permission.
He
That'd be a heck of a
really wanted
wake-up
to
call,
study
sir. I'm getting
necromancy.
attacked. Please let me use magic.
By what? I don't know, these guys somehow pissed off a dragon. Help! Lesser, degenerate serpent, chasing after us all.
Please, sir, it's feasting on my organs.
On one hand, as a wizard, you gotta be like, oh, well, that's exciting. That's very interesting. I would be curious to get my hands on some pieces. Yeah, go ahead and kill it so I can have some. You could do some fun enchanting with it, make some good money. That'd be an interesting study piece. Oh, I know.
But yes, as you were saying, you ask Richard questions, and he's quite knowledgeable. He has a very strong grasp of magic theory in general, and is actually a good teacher. It does come with a slight solicitation occasionally for learning necromancy.
Yeah. But she says she, again, constantly, her response is she'll think about it.
It only eggs him on more. He's like, but there's a chance.
Think about it later. If he goes too far, she will walk away.
He doesn't push too far. But there's lots of
He has a little kill
situations.
switch in his face.
There's lots of situations where he tries to push the benefits of necromancy. It'll be like, yes, sometimes when using magic for healing, the amount of healing is usually based on the amount of magical energy brought on by the caster. But in the case of necromancy, if you just siphon vital energy off of a more vital target, you can get much greater benefits and healing from it.
Doc's over her shoulder on the other side of the camp, just leering. Rather than somewhere also sus.
Yeah, Raven's like, do not talk to my daughter again.
Covers her ears. Dog's already halfway to drawing a sword. He will not be corrupting the caster into becoming a necromancer.
The last thing Doc needs is necromancy in the party.
He already has necromancy in the party.
Necromancy being used.
I don't know
Thankfully,
why
your
people
character-
use regular medicine and you can use necromancy, because regular medicine I have to kill myself to heal somebody.
But it's so much more efficient. Plus, you guys seem to be dealing with undead quite a lot. It'd be handy if you could just control them on a will. But anyway, back to basic theories. But despite all this, along your journey, Ishtar gains more insight into magic. Increase your magic appraisal score by +10.
Doc probably also occasionally, casual conversation, does ask questions, just because magic theory's stupid and doesn't make any damn sense. And then, of course, always normally regrets the answers that he gets. Doesn't ask questions for a while, but it's hard not to still listen to something that's that in-depth and unknown otherwise.
Well, it's conflicting because while it doesn't make sense, there's a definite science behind it.
Yeah.
And
it's
a demonstrable science behind it, which makes it
Yeah.
all the more frustrating.
It's worlds better than whatever the fuck Arthur's doing.
Because despite what Richard said before, he's actually not completely devoid of magic. He knows a good amount of basic magic abilities that he can use for various things.
The shared school spells.
Pretty much the all access spells. But to him, he might as well not be able to cast magic, because without necromancy, what fun is magic anyway?
A lot of cat wishes to be free. But we walk.
But you watch, and before too long, you guys get on the beaten path on the way to La Roche. As you guys enter into Gabriel, you find that rather than the rolling plains that you guys have come to know, which are now in probably the best time of year, it's still, like, the plains are still green and haven't turned into the brown fields of nothing for miles and miles and miles yet in the year. But as you guys kind of start getting more into Gabriel, you're met by an amazing view of the Great Lakes to your left and a large forest to your right. And the terrain becomes a little bit more uneven and more grassy as Helenia has a set of small mountains that kind of block it off from the inner sea, making it a very ideal climate for like wheat growing and all that kind of stuff. It's on the drier side, but they still get their rain seasons, and it makes it really good for harvesting. But once you guys get into Gabriel, those mountains kind of cut away, and Gabriel is open to the inner sea, which means that it frequently gets rain, and it frequently gets, various mists that come off of the sea and drift inland in various places. So where before you guys saw a lot of pine trees and a lot of more, non-deciduous trees, or deciduous trees. Non-deciduous, deciduous. Deciduous is the ones that have pines. Yes, deciduous trees. Once you get into Gabriel, more leafy plants and bushes and blackberries, huckleberries, and everything become more available. And it's overall nice, and not long before entering into the Principality, you guys make La Roche, which is a massive metropolis with a population above 48,000 or 480,000 people. It's a city that enjoys a powerful industrial infrastructure with dozens of factories that take advantage of the cheap manual labor provided by the poor class. It seems also get a lot of resources from the nearby Lucille mountain range, where the city turns everything from coal to gemstones into profits and money. Not only that, but you guys get to see probably one of the biggest things that happens mostly in Gabriel, which is influxes of private armies. And you will find various armed guards, militia, military people wearing various house emblems, various colors, lots of ostentatious purple outfits, or red outfits, or blue outfits that stand out amongst the crowd. And I'm sure Jacques is more than happy to tell you that they're private armies owned by people, families with too much money on their hands.
So, how close are we to your home? Sergina kind of looks over at Jock.
I'm not from La Roche.
Oh, I know.
Dubois is next. It is in the center department.
Awesome.
That is where I'm from.
How excited is Radovan to be among civilization?
He wishes he could do more. Unfortunately, Gabriel has a very intrinsic tie to the church in a lot of areas. There's a lot of families that have strong connections to the church in some way or form, and the religious dogmatism perforates pretty much all parts of society in Gabriel. So as much as he's enjoying it, he sees all the various museums, art galleries, and nice restaurants. He keeps his gloves on. He keeps his like hat, big hat he's got on. It's not quite a sun hat, but it's kind of like a larger traveling hat. And whenever, like he sees people look at him or approach, he dips his head a little bit to not overly give away his innate nature, but he refuses to wear his massive hood and heat stroke invoking, like jacket in this kind of area.
So I assume, based on this element, Radvin can't get much like shopping in at all. Maybe, can't.
You doubt you have you forgotten his masterful makeup skills?
I'm just maybe like he can't like go to some clothing shop and drag someone along with him.
Oh no. These aren't small towns. These aren't even small cities. They are this is a metropolis. There is so many people. I'm sure between his makeup skill, his hair might gain a few looks, but oh no. Plus, if you have money, who cares?
Shall I read you the next section of the description?
Yes.
The markets in La Roche is really amazing, with very little to envy from even the legendary streets of Lys and Archangel. With money and the right contacts, it's possible to buy virtually any kind of products here. There are including many jewelry shops in the city, thanks to its massive influx of gemstones. And they all have enormously competitive prices. This gets any aristocrat's blood going. Because nothing says I have money like owning really nice things and buying them for the best prices.
It is the ultimate flex. I
It
could have
is.
bought the full price, but I had the connections to not have to.
Like you ever see like, oh yes, look at this painting here. Normally the market price puts it at around, 48,000 crowns, but due to a recent ongoing of competitions between art galleries, I got this for a measly 30,000 crowns.
You're just feeding in the background.
If you've actually ever met rich people, I have some rich people in my family. They're not quite like that snotty or anything like that, but you'll always hear they get this really nice thing that should cost thousands of dollars, and they buy it for like several $100s or something like that.
Something still gross enough that you're like, I cannot fathom paying that for it, but I'm glad that you saved $40,000 on your $120,000 purchase.
Like, my uncle owns a Tesla.
They're so snobby and like penny pinching about just by having so much money.
Exactly. It's
insane.
It's one thing to flaunt one's wealth by owning expensive things. It's another thing to flaunt one's wealth while being frugal at the same time. So, since you brought it up, Arthur.
Dr. Driver has that look of like around the roast, just, yes. Beautiful.
If you look for sympathy from Ishtar, she's not going to give it to you. She's already been through this. She ain't saving you. She's already going to get dragged around here at some point. She doesn't want to prolong it.
Yeah, because essentially what he's done in Rosencrantz is make like a mini Gabriel Metropolis. Like by buying stuff from here, this is the real thing. This is all of it. There's
Not only
no
that,
what you
but
can do can pay somebody to transport into Moth of all places.
in a city with a massive infrastructure for industrialization, you get so many really gaudy ass things in this city. And they can just pump it out, and it's terrible.
Nope.
But not for Radovid, who just seems to, despite his earnesty to try to hide his true nature from the people around, he can't help but get excited. And as you guys go down through the market streets, he just stops cold in his tracks. As he's just like, is that what I think it is?
God, dear boutique.
Not just any boutique. A 3-story boutique. They have clothes displays all the way up on the top floor.
He kind of has to
there.
turn some, just kind of keeping his body out of line of like, just passerbys moving, so that he can like look to Radovid, but also has Arthur in view, and just, well, if you only have one outfit you allowed, you might as well pick somewhere with the most choice to offer you.
Do they have places with more storied boutiques?
I'm sure you could ask.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
Go shopping for boutiques before you go shopping in one. No?
Oh, of course. I'm going to find the best prices and have the best selection available. Okay. I know what we're going to do. First of all, we've been on the road for a while, and I think we all deserve to treat ourselves. So we're gonna go to a nice place, have some nice comfy rooms, get some nice things to eat. I happen to have some contacts in the city here, and I'm going to get a hold of them and ask some questions. But before that, I suppose... He looks at you all, nods to himself. I'll give you all an allowance to do with what you please. And consider it payment for being my gracious bodyguards along the way. He goes and he deposits for each of you heavy coin sacks. Each of those sacks contain about 500 crown.
Jesus.
Ishtar and Serena's eyes go wide.
I've never seen this much money.
Are you sure?
I mean, yes, it's the least I could do.
The least.
Well, yes. Have you ever tried hiring bodyguards for better on 6 months? This is a small price to pay, especially for people of your talent.
I gotta do more bodyguard work then.
Oh, gosh.
Well, I don't think you'll find anyone with as much class as more, but that's alright. On top of that, I do realize that sometimes I can push some boundaries, and sometimes I put you guys through some social anxieties. So think of it also as part of compensation.
This emotional bribery money.
On top of that, I've actually already arranged to receive another amount of funding from our home down here within the city. So to keep our journey well and good and alive, and to make sure that we're traveling, in the most comfort we can manage, we'll need to stay here for at least a few days to, make sure those funds arrive. And for me to make connections and contacts. Speaking of, he looks around. Yes, that one. He points over, and there's a large building, and it's the Harris Motel. Oh no, sorry. The Tilton Hotel. That looks like where we'll be staying. Hopefully, this rates are not too bad. If it's less than 80 crowns a day, I'll be happy. And with that, he has you all go over. Coming
To
in,
the with its one strapped ones. Or the ones the families from carpet use.
heading in, it's a very lavish hotel. The seats are just gaudy, overly cushioned with like velveteen seats and made from like well burnished fancy woods and all that kind of such. And they have some electricity. The city, well, pretty well off industrially speaking, doesn't have like the most as far as like electricity is concerned. But there's some of the buildings, like this one in particular, does have some buildings and probably heated water. As you guys all go in, Raven goes to the hotel manager, who looks at him and seeing his outfit and his garb, he's just like, "Oh yes, someone who's going to pay well for a room." He's not wrong.
Cash cow.
Unfortunately, there's a lack of penthouse suites for everyone. And so, to make things fair, Radovan gets one for himself and gets everyone else a luxury suite on like a floor or two below. And this is one of the first places that you guys ever see that has actually an elevator.
This is weird.
It's a horrifying experience for those unaccustomed, as you go in, they just close this cage, and you go up the building, and you can just see everything around you and feel the floor moving. And I mean, if you've ever been in an old elevator, oh my goodness, it feels like a death trap.
Sabrina unconsciously just like grabs the closest person to her as it starts to go up.
Hopefully that person's either Arthur or Ishtar.
It's fair.
I'd rather been wouldn't turn it down.
Like,
Doc's definitely got space between you guys since you're in such a small closed area. So you don't have to worry about that.
like if something goes wrong, like I can like float down the ground. I just do not like this situation.
Richard chimes in, now if the cage takes you with you, as he looks up, and
Yeah,
it's
see?
a full box.
This can go down.
Yes. So it will be controlled.
Marvelous.
This place has too much money to be allowing for mistakes it would be bad for business. I imagine regularly maintained.
Yes, it will make sense for them to put their well-spending clients in mortal peril.
And what's the other choice? Making someone carry their suitcases up how many floors?
You all arrive at the top floor, and Radovan shows off his penthouse suite because he cannot help himself but to do so. And it is... it's not like a full penthouse. It's not like he has a whole floor to himself or anything like that. But he has a very nice open suite with large windows that overlook the city, a massive bed. This looks like a house. This is better than most houses you guys have been in. Someone could live in this place and still be ritzy as fuck.
Perhaps I should have suggested a stop at one of the spas around the Great Lakes area. You would have enjoyed renting out one of those locales.
Maybe we'll have to. We got a few days. Oh.
He's just gonna flop onto his bed and just disappear. Big cookie down comforters.
Oh, good. I was a little concerned. He goes over. He pulls these massive curtains closed on the suite. There we go. Turns
Would
on the
be
light.
ashamed to find a soot stain.
Yes, it would be a shame. Who would then pay for all your expensive endeavors after this point?
That would be. Well, that wouldn't be the main issue there.
Serena, dear, please. We're talking in levity here. Don't take things too seriously. Your heart won't be able to take it, I promise.
Okay.
Anyway. So, you all have your rooms. Probably a floor or so down below. Beyond that, if, well, we need any meetings. I have plenty of space. And I'm going to go ahead and make some contacts in the city and prepare, hopefully, for my funds to make it to me.
But he gathers information for his purposes in town. And before any of you go running off, we are due a lesson or two.
Uh-oh.
I won't have you not running around the rush like wolves.
Well, I was going to ask, this is more your territory. Is there any great places we should go?
The time I've spent in the rush has been here and there between mostly visits for certain events. No, what you all need to learn is how not to act like you just crawled into the woods. And what better place than here for an etiquette lessons? He gets a mean smile on his face as he looks over the three of you.
Richard just raises his hands and he's like, "Can I be excused? I've already had this conversation from my parents before. And I think I'll enjoy it as much as I did with them."
You know what fork to use?
Yes.
There are multiple?
Then you are excused. As he turns back to Arthur immediately. You've been to a restaurant in this style.
I mean, I saw one big...
Admittedly, it went poorly.
Yeah, the caviar tasted like shit.
Just
Okay.
immediately pitching it.
Richard is like almost tiptoeing out of the room. He's like, "So if you guys do anything cool, no, I'll be in a 308." He just goes downstairs.
And Doc's gonna have to give you guys an etiquette lesson.
Radovan is all for this.
Yeah.
He's watching and intently enjoying every bit of this as he would probably put it, it's like watching a lion tame.
Serena's interested. I mean, she was interested when they first went to the restaurant.
Yeah, you guys had asked some passable questions. Arthur had tried to dodge them. There is no dodging. There is no blocking. You are here, no defense rolls. Etiquette only. You will be taught how not to behave like savages at minimum. He's not going to be taking to you some nobility included event or anything, but he's at least going to make sure he doesn't look like shit with you around. He's got too much pride to suffer you all. In public, at least. There's an ominous request for room service for Radovan. And while waiting for that, he's just immediately kind of like make sure the three of you are sat down and that Arthur has no distractions near him. And we'll start going into like the proper way. Like if we're going into somewhere nice, how to speak, how to act, how to properly introduce yourselves. The conduct of your clothing, Arthur, and Ishtar to a lesser extent.
This is a lot to remember.
Yeah, you guys get like, and you even get the like etiquette 101 baby class.
Arthur is already like in his hand, like after like the first thing. It's like, oh.
Oh no! Anytime you look like you're like sinking away or whatever, or like your eyes glaze over, you immediately get like a hand or your arm wrapped by like the sheath of his sword. He just
God, fuck.
Pay attention. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. You pay attention.
He does his best to pay attention.
Is Arthur one of those people who has to have something to fiddle with, or he can't do something?
I think he would be.
At like the ninth time, like you go to like pluck at like the hem of like one of your like, clothes or something, your vest or something, he just kind of like unlatches a pocket watch and just throws it at you. Yeah, click that. Not focus.
Alright.
Annoying click sounds as he opens and closes the pocket watch.
Oh yeah, he fucking fills with this thing.
Yeah, messes with the chain or clicks it open, clicks it shut, clicks it open, clicks it shut. But so long as it helps anything he's saying sink in, it works.
It's that or he materializes the gun. It just kind of...
Yeah, if you do that, you're gonna get in trouble.
Yeah, of course.
As soon as you like reach for your little like holsters, no.
I just want to spin it.
You're not going to accidentally fire.
What if I could eat with bullets? Just kidding.
What if I could turn the end of my gun into a fork instead of a bayonet? He's just sawing at a steak with a bayonet like on the end of a pistol. God, I fucking hate you.
Oops, bang! And you just see a guy go.
Don't worry, I imagine my gun has a safety on it.
But yeah.
He does, literally.
Fucking horrible. But yeah, until the party is set loose and while Radovan's getting settled and then while he's getting his information, every now and then get dragged into some mini classes on how not to disappoint Doc by breathing.
So there is a difference between this fork and a salad fork?
Yes, they're intended for different things. The easiest way to remember is most of your meals will come in a perfect order. So you would use your utensils in order. You'll always start out and work inwards.
Just seems like a waste of metal. Like, just get one, like, kind of bigger fork, use it for everything.
For some foods, the taint of another may mess with the flavor, but for the most part, it is a matter of tradition as a display of wealth and education. As well, I suppose, a way to goad your lessers into a mistake.
Kind of a dick move.
He gives you a very flat look. That's the point.
Yeah.
When you have money and when you have power, you must fight for it. When you cannot fight for it with magic guns or blades, you must do it socially. Or, I suppose you are so dishonored that you threaten somebody for a duel. In which case, you can use blades or guns.
Am I gonna get involved in the duel? Like, Is that like a possibility?
There is no honor to be taken from taking you in a duel. More often than not, if you offended somebody, you would simply be kicked from a venue. You have no family to shame, and thus no reason to fight.
I was I kind of hoping that was just a regular occurrence. Kind of make those events sound really, really fucking boring.
I suppose if you could fake it well enough that you are son of noble or somebody with enough money, and fake a name that sounds reasonable enough, somebody could take offense at you and you could goad them into a duel, but you would walk away with nothing.
Yeah, that's fair.
And by your accent alone, no one is going to believe you.
Aw.
I suppose Feon may have some stronger families in terms of economy. But he kind of gets a bit of a sneer. Feon.
I feel like I should take offense to that, but like, I don't particularly care about Feon that much, so.
Good, then you don't need to challenge me to a duel. I wouldn't accept. Any questions, Ishtar, Serena?
Nope. Work from the edges in to the plate. That's the water glass. That's the wine glass. Napkin always folded on the lap. Sit straight, not too straight.
Oh no, you're bringing Suzanne back to her childhood.
My mom literally made me read Emily Post for pastime.
Yeah.
Radovan's like, I have a question. When are we taking the kids out to eat?
He stares at like the way Arthur's like holding a fork currently. But he stops that.
Oh shit. See, this is mirroring my own actual experience because I had the parents who were like trying to drill etiquette, but every time I was like, "Fucking why though? That makes no sense." And like, people view that as polite, and I'm like, "Why do they just decide that's polite?" I was that kid, so then I just never fucking learned it.
Then I will make it more clear than your parents ever did. You will follow the expected etiquette of you, or I will stab you as soon as we're not in public.
I see. Now that's like a tangible threat, so I'm more willing to actually.
If it works.
Oh yeah.
Now stop holding your fork like a crayon.
Oh, yeah.
Just
Okay.
lick your finger and like outline next to him on the table. So if his elbows go a little too far, he's going to suffer
God.
horribly. This is your box. Do not leave.
Keep your elbows in. You're in Serena's face. The greatest mercy is none of you will step foot in a court or a ballroom, so I don't have to go over that.
We can only hope.
He gives Brad a bit of like the most exhausted look.
And Raven just gives me the like, you know these guys.
I mean,
Politely, if you were, by some strange, fey reason, in a ballroom and were offered a dance, politely turn it down. One misstep has you ridiculed for months.
should we learn to dance?
Raven lights up like no other.
Doc just crosses his arms. There should be no reason necessary.
But
you are
if they want to
interested in-
learn...
He looks away. If they're interested in learning, they can be taught.
Would be interesting.
Oh, Serena. Oh, goodness, where do we start? Well, first you need a dress.
Oh, I have plenty in my room.
Well, yes, but you don't have one from La Roche.
That's true.
We'll put it on hold until we do our shopping.
It's just Doc's kind of got like it's just stare into the distance, horrified, imagining whatever stupid scenario these assholes could get us all into that kind of event.
In all fairness, Arthur would most likely get us into trouble, and because Serena and Ishtar are too loyal, they'd be there just for support and get dragged into it. That's the only reason they'd end up in there.
The funniest image that I've come across is dueling pistols at dawn with Arthur. It's just like, all right, 30 paces, and then flip around. Go on.
Man, I can't believe you gave me a whole 30 paces to charge my key.
That guy's bold.
He's probably charged up something even better.
Maybe he's got a bazooka.
Oh,
Can I make my gun a bazooka? Can I do explosives?
No one will ever duel you again.
God, no.
No.
Just hands it to the crystal.
Ishtar actually...
Can I use my own? I brought one from home.
Well, when Jacques returns from his pacing back and forth in the room because he's trying to imagine scenarios.
Sorry, can't let it out.
No worries. Ishtar would actually have a question. You said outfit. Is there a certain dress depending on the meal?
You would dress according to the location you are going. No,
Okay, it's not
obviously you would not go in full ball attire to a restaurant.
Don't worry, Ishtar. We'll get you something appropriate.
She like lowers her head and then like immediately sits straight back up, knowing Jacques is still in etiquette lesson mode.
He's just...
And now we just need one more to promise a suit.
If
It's-
you're gonna...
Looking at Jacques.
Hmm.
Or getting everyone else clothes.
I suppose if I find something minimal in the rush, I'm sure there's more than enough. Unlike Arthur, you're not going to get an argument from me.
Well, what if I was to pick your outfits?
That depends on the outfit.
Oh, alright. I'll take that as a challenge.
Unlike Arthur, I retain my ability to veto.
Fair, fair. Alright.
I mean, Arthur, it could be fun to go dancing at some point.
I mean, maybe.
Maybe not here. I don't think we have the skill for here.
Oh, I mean, like, if it's some, like, pompous, like, fancy shit, I don't know about that.
I doubt any of you have the funds to afford ballroom dance classes in the rush of our places. Nor the time to invest. If you want to dance, he just looks Arthur dead in the eyes. If you want to dance at your current skill level, there's plenty of clubs here.
I'm on train, but my bonus is actually kind of, like, good.
No one should care if you step on their toes there. Arthur just gets dragged.
Thank God for these recordings, because now we can keep a tally of some of Jacques' best insults for the entire
yeah.
party. Do like a video compilation of all of Jacques' insults.
Everything being Jacques ever said. It's just happened most of the campaign.
Arthur just has the longest list of insults.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So,
Radavan do his background work before we are released into the city.
well, he's probably gonna have to take a couple days. He's gotta meet people
Yeah.
and all that kind of stuff. So you guys are all released like well-trained dogs, hopefully out into the wild.
Arthur does his best to retain this information.
I mean, if you're just going down the streets or going to like regular places to eat or shop, it's not an issue, especially if you're not there with him.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is that, I guess, no, I pin Arthur as one of those people who learns something and then forgets it really quickly. So,
So he's just like walking down the street, muttering to himself.
yeah, he's like, yeah, we're not going right now, so it's not gonna be fresh in my mind, and I can't like just be myself, I guess, or else.
If it helps you remember, anytime you see something that you're pacing the city or going out to eat somewhere else, if it reminds you of something included in the etiquette lesson, try to run through what you remember of it. Repetition will help.
I'll give that a shot.
And at least your base posture is not as horrible as Ishtar's.
I've learned pretty early to stand at my full height.
Yes, I imagine she has quite the opposite issue. Ishtar's not there for that comment.
No, she just sneezes.
I feel like somebody's making fun of the fact that I have like crippling self-consciousness issues,
And other horrible backstory stuff.
hiding from everyone and myself. But
Before I forget, she will produce the compass to Arthur. I actually got this back in Farna, but or not Farna. That would have been Ilmora. I saw that you were really studying things, so here you are.
Ah, how common are compasses?
Not super common. Not common if you're away. If you are like inland whatsoever, compasses are almost exclusively used by ships. Mostly because
rely on the sun and roads.
yeah, it's like if you travel from city to city anywhere, typically you're following a road and you don't need a compass.
Yeah.
So
Also, they're one of the more expensive things
yeah.
to common folk.
Oh,
Is it like an hourglass, like 100 gold crown?
it's something.
Yeah, it's freaking
It's
ridiculous.
really expensive.
Thanks. I mean, I was trying to get a better lay of the land and actually be able to, I guess, orient myself. So, it's come in handy.
I'm glad you like it. I just noticed that you were taking an interest in it.
Would you happen to have like some sort of pen or something like that?
Not particularly, no. Jock,
Hmm.
do you have a pen?
Of course. That's one for you. Hands it over.
From where he's currently standing and figuring it out, he uses his navigation knowledge and just all the maps he's been studying, finds out like the general position. So going to be about northwest-ish, or northeast actually, northeast. And on one of the segments northeast, he just does a little scribble in that direction.
Scribble on
The compass, or at least like marking it in a way that he can actually like there's a mark either for the pen or just like an actual scratch in it.
Okay. Most of them have some kind of like so they usually have some kind of indicators between.
He makes his own, make it distinct.
Okay.
And then he hands the pen back.
He looks at the tip that you've now scratched down. I have replacement nibs. It's fine.
Okay. I was hoping they could say it, to be honest.
It says it isn't fine.
I'll buy you some more.
Now the real question is, would Arthur know what type for the pen to get, or is he just gonna get some
Of course
random
not.
tips for a pen that
Of course
doesn't
he wouldn't.
fit?
He just buy something
He
random.
just kept talking like he knows what a nib is.
Yeah.
You sell pens here? Good, I'll take one. Oh hell, that don't look like the one I was looking for. Where's the real pens?
You trying to scam me?
Oh, they got this metal, like, two-tined fork thing on it. You mean a nib? Oh, that's what that is.
This isn't a pen. This is a feather.
Goddamn near picked some seagull's feather and handed it to me. Goddamn it, full of holes.
Fucking ridiculous. Dog, I tried to find you a replacement, but all I got was this stupid feather. He's like, it's a quill pen.
Well, five men died for it.
Ishtar before heading out would actually pull out one of the nicer outfits Radovan gave her and like, I guess I have to wear this here. Just switches into that one.
Switches in the what one, sorry?
One of the nicer dresses Radovan's been getting her to wear.
He's just like, oh. It's one thing to dress a doll, but it's another to see it dress itself.
To be fair, don't treat you kinder. It implies you have money.
Just stay away from the back alleys now.
To be
Okay.
fair, it would be unfortunate for anyone who tried to mug any of you.
Especially Arthur.
That's
But do
true.
avoid. It
Though
would
we
be
did
shameful.
mention earlier avoiding the courthouse.
Do try not to do anything visibly supernatural as per usual. Or dirty either of your hymns.
I will
I
try
just
my
don't-
best.
So, you guys are now free on the city. What do you go do?
Civilization.
Huh. Actually,
Oh?
Arthur's gonna try to find like some sort of bookstore.
You're in luck. There's a lot of bookstores
Yeah.
here.
Of course.
Nothing says money like we print paper.
Yeah. He would like to go into one of them. At least
Okay.
something that, I guess, not too fancy. He doesn't want to go anywhere like crazy fancy, but
There is a wealth of bookstores, whether there's used books or, like actual bookstores. Even the used bookstores are pricey, but you find one that the store owner looks at you as you don't look like their normal clientele and don't look like the bookish type by any means. But they just nod as you enter and continue reading their book.
and Arthur's gonna look for. He's just gonna look for some like fiction, some books that he can read just for entertainment.
So when you say books that he can read,
Arthur can read. He's not that stupid.
well, yes, but there's definitely a comprehension level
That's
between
fair.
Dr. Seuss and,
Yeah.
Emmett Till.
It's gonna be a lot of like, oh, that's a nice cover, and then like reading, say like either a blurb about it or like the first page to see if he can even follow it. But
It is to be mentioned that most books don't have
That's right.
an
Yeah,
illustrated cover.
yeah, anything with like a fun title or whatever.
There are books are the original clickbaiters.
Yeah,
With Arthur's luck, he would find like books on smut without realizing it because the title is so catchy.
it's primarily Arthur finds himself in a position like pretty often where he's just like, I got my sleep, kind of just idling around with my key detection up. Might as well have something to do.
Fair. Well, there is a bunch of fiction books, and this is the starting age after the beginning of the printing press. Is the starting age of the self-made book writers and such, and so there's a plethora of tons of works written by educated individuals to make interesting tales and novels, and then paying stupid amounts of money to publish them. Regardless, you find fantastical tales, you find a lot of books on knights, a lot of books on like their version of medieval fairy tales, you know. Back in the day before the Empire, there were lots of crazy things going on, and some protagonist somewhere fights some evil tyrant and wins with, you know, skill or magic or otherwise. Various horror fictions, various romance fictions, a lot of romance fictions, a lot of romance fictions. Yeah, you have your pick of tons of books that I'm sure you're gonna make me just come up with an interesting one and make it lore relevant, and fuck you guys.
Hey, let's just find that book on the host again.
It's nothing like lore, like research wise. He just starts like, he finds maybe an interesting looking horror book that like he can understand and like comprehend, grabs one, picks another with like interesting title. He has a decent chunk of money now with nothing else he'd really spend it on. So he just kind of starts picking up books that like he looks at and is like, all right, I can actually follow along this one. It's not using weird words that just don't make any sense.
There's a lot of those.
Yeah, and this one seems to be about something not mind-numbingly boring, but he just
all right,
takes much.
Pick for me some fiction books that Arthur would pick from.
Okay, like you mean just like the general style of it?
General theme. What kind of books would interest Arthur?
He's going to avoid anything with like a really serious like revenge tale, because cuts a little too close to home. But something fantastical, he would definitely get something with like some interesting, like powerful main character, and then he would grab probably some type of horror thing about some monsters, and it's kind of a mix of fantastical tales and then a lot of like scary shit.
Okay.
He just buys a book of horror stories to scare everybody.
Yeah.
That's what you need when you're on watch at night by yourself.
Get fired. Yes. Itchy
I
trigger
mean, I
finger.
did that.
Yeah. Though honestly, Arthur of all people, I don't know if he would be like scared by like a lot of like scary monster shit, because he's looking at this like, I can shoot a ghost in the face. Like I can do that. That kind of takes away the edge of some of this, because like if I was in the story, I'd just pull out a gun.
You technically have shot a manticore.
It's the kind of shit of like those people who are like, oh man, if I was there, it would have changed. I'm just built different. Arthur's literally that. He's like, no, if I was there, or if that ever happens to me, dang.
I feel like you're basing off of a certain actor for some reason.
For a certain actor that I find very funny to make fun of, yes.
Okay. Some of the books of note that you pick up are the let's see, The Boy Who Would Be King, which is a northerner inspired tale of a protagonist named Drake who goes through a large number of adventures. It's a multi-tale series. of doing various things, run-ins with, you know, supernatural beasts, run-ins with supernatural assassins, dealing with other great fighters, fighting warriors of the north and their home turf, and his own particular trek through what is mentioned as a icy castle made of mirrors. And you pick up another book called the Demon Parade, or the Demon Parade of 1,000 Yokai from the East. And it's a fantastical book of a bunch of short stories. Each short story based on horrifying tales of the various yokai from Eastern mythology.
Who? Could you give me that title one more time? This one right now.
Yes. The Demon Parade of 1,000 Yokai.
All right. And I guess for the last pick, he would go up to the shopkeeper.
Okay. The gentleman looks up at you and he's like, "Yes, can I help you?"
Yeah. I'm trying to pick up some books. I've never actually gotten to do a lot of sit down and reading, but I've been finding myself with a lot of free time. And I'll be honest, I'm looking at your shelves. I have no fucking clue where to start.
Yeah.
So I don't know. For someone who is like, I guess, trying to get into literature, got any recommendations? Anything like you personally?
Red fish, blue fish.
The great works of Dr. Hoos. No. He's like, well, I'm a big fan of poetry and such. There's let's see. I'm trying to think of one parody. There's the works of Johann Riddle. It's a very philosophical poet. Lots of his works are very colorful and easy to imagine, and always deep and relevant to, I think, people in their many days of life.
And I assume you got a copy of that here.
Like the works of Johann Riddle. Those meant.
Shit.
There's lots of books.
Yeah.
Sure. And goes over and he pulls out like a book. He's like, for you, this probably is about right. As he hands it over. And it's just man, coming up with poem name or poetry book names.
Should have just handed him line on upstairs with the sidewalk in. Called it a day.
Here's Pedexing.
After walks in with a copy of Captain Underpants.
Captain Underpants. Let's see. This is a title he made well on in his career. I think it was very reflective of his youth in many ways. The book is titled Why Walk Around a River When You Can Swim?
Sorry, I'm eating really quick.
No worries.
It's down to the crumbs.
We all have those moments where we're just like, we give up all dignity to get every last scrap of food.
Yeah. Why do you think I turn off my webcam and eat spaghetti?
No, that's the whole meal. This is like, most of the seasoning is left at the bottom, so if I want the really good shit, I gotta work for it, which includes a lot of funneling it.
Fair. I bet Alex licks the box of spaghetti clean.
Yeah, the box. I'm pouring it into the fucking pot. All right, but he then takes it. It's like, how much for the lot of this?
Each book is about 25 gold crown.
Hands it over.
And you get them. The books are mostly well taken care of, though some are a little fraying at the edges. It's a used bookstore after all. But you have 3 interesting books to read. The Johann Riddle book is exceptionally thick, despite its diminutive size.
All right. Now he has something to do when he's got his sleep in. And he's just kind of sitting there.
Question: if handed a newspaper, is Arthur the type just to read the comics, or would he try doing the crosswords, the Sudoku, or like the word jumbles?
I think he'd give it a try, but if he can't really get the hang of it, he would just ignore it.
I think you look at the
He
Sudoku
fills
and
in
just be
like
what the hell
4
is
of them
this?
and then gives up, and Doc comes by and like, has to finish it because it annoys him.
Yeah, he's one of those people.
Three
I'm so
words
proud.
across a large body of water. Oh, what could that be? What could that be? Ponds? No, that's 4 letters. Lake.
You literally worked on them.
Fuck,
Ocean
it's hard.
5.
A boat? No, that's 4.
Ocean!
Another
Damn it!
word for an ocean.
Oh, fuck, what was that called?
Don, put the sword down. Sabrina, you can hear it too.
Ah, fuck, all I ever did was work on the high seas. I have no idea. What?
He's doing it on purpose. Let me kill him.
You're looking at me
No, he
weird.
really does that
You
stupid
just
dog.
said it. What, high seas? That don't work. High...
Seas is 4 words.
Yeah, 4 letters.
Poor Doc is not even gonna have hair by the end of this campaign. He's just gonna be bald from stress.
I was literally about to say that I'm proud that you're using your disposable income to buy books of all things until we had this conversation.
I'm gonna be right back. I gotta use the restroom real quick. Decide what you guys are gonna do on your trip into town.
Well, that's all I can really figure out Arthur would do.
Oh yeah, Ishtar would have asked Jacques at some point about ballet and what it is, since you had mentioned it somewhere in the journey.
Yes. When you had dodged. So there's like a moment of confusion of why are you... that's right. Ballet is a type of dance. So it requires a physical acumen that makes it a high art all of its own. It is not something even I trained to do.
So someone way more graceful than you, but you're extremely graceful.
It's kind of like the pause of like, thank you, but no. Ballet requires very intensive training to learn. It is not something that you do as an aside. More often,
Okay.
the people who take to it and are passionate about it end up doing it as a living, performing.
Okay. Be
If
nice
you're,
to at least see it, so I know what it looks like.
if you're interested, I am sure if you brought it up to Radovan, he would happily pay for tickets.
Maybe I won't.
I don't know. You might enjoy. I doubt you've seen anything quite like it.
Maybe.
There are even some fighting styles that emulate it.
She cocks her head to the side and she's like trying to think, has she seen anything that's been like that? Maybe not. Okay.
I suppose I could just tattle on you. Radovan, it would seem that Ishtar has a passionate interest in discovering ballet.
It was a question, it was brought up!
Let him finish his bite real quick.
Sorry, what?
Oh, Doc was tattling on Ishtar bringing up ballet to Radovan.
Oh.
It would seem to have
She was trying to deflect it. It was just a question. Jacques brought it up, so I was asking
Perhaps
a
we
question.
can find a performance in town. Or even once we get to the park. As I imagine we'll be passing through.
I'm not overly familiar with ballet. We didn't have such things, unfortunately, in Rosencrantz. But ballroom dancing. And waltzing.
Ishtar has walked off. She is beet red.
I would love to see whatever this ballerina is.
I feel that you would appreciate the aesthetic and the effort that goes into it.
If you say so, then I imagine I would. We have similar tastes.
It is a fantastic display of what the body can be trained to do.
So, what do the rest of you do in town?
Ishtar kind of just wanders looking at some of the shop windows. Maybe stopping once if she spots like a shop that advertises ballet stuff just to see what the stuff in the window looks like to get an idea. But just moves on and just window shops, doesn't do much, and then heads back for the day since she's got a few days. She doesn't have to buy anything right away.
Oh, the curse of having money. When you get enough money where you don't know where to buy it, so you never spend it.
Or you have a bunch of money, but not enough to get like your typical tabletop stuff that you do want. Curse magic prices.
And the absurd prices for hedgehogs.
Oh god, we need to get into that. And break the economy. Fort Knox's wealth is actually just 4 hedgehogs. It's the gold equivalent. Doc will peruse for better equipment as, unlike everybody else in the party, he actually gets more usage out of his.
I have one for show.
At least something better than a baseline saber. After carving through a bunch of zombies and so on, this poor thing has been through quite a bit. And it's not like he could buy just a sword in some random place where its aesthetics are going to match the shield of the town.
Well, you could buy a +5 quality saber for 400 gold crown.
Serena will probably come along, actually.
If you are so interested, you may.
The town actually, coincidentally, has a fair amount of precious metals and normal metals that come in, so quality weapons are regularly done, though mostly as decoration, but leave it to pompous rich people to buy legitimately really good weapons to show off.
What if their spoiled sons get in a duel? Gotta have a grossly overpriced and overly quality sword for petty family squabbles and wall hangers.
Yep.
This was forged by the blacksmith, blah blah blah, from.
I mean, and if you were to look at it from a truly, like, realistic logistics point, a quality weapon would actually be garbage in real life, because you use it so many times, it just starts getting dull, and then you just spent 20 times on one sword that you used maybe twice as much as a normal sword, when you could just buy 20 swords.
Except this is the fantasy world.
This is fantasy
Weapons
world. We don't
work
care
like
about
that, and you need the number bonus.
we don't care about weapon degradation or armor degradation.
Who uses fortitude? But yeah, sure. I'll grab myself a.
Ugh, just imagine if we actually used all the systems in Anima in combat.
Let's not and say we didn't.
Depends on the character.
It's just like, yes. If two weapons ever clash in combat, as if a character is blocking, you make a fortitude roll. It's versus the weapon's breakage.
Disgusting. Well, I get it. I'll upgrade.
Okay. They definitely have either enough on stock or enough where you can get one within relatively short amount of time.
Yeah.
The blade is made of strong Damascus steel, very well sharpened and stylishly done. If you have any preferences on how you would like it to look or anything like that, might take a couple days, but I can get it to you.
It's Doc. He does.
Fair. Well,
So he
would
just
you commission?
specifies some small tweaks to the design and makes his request so it fits his usual flair.
Serena will be looking for, as she's taken like quite a few pretty big hits whenever she does get hit. She's looking for just like some light armor and maybe has the help of Jock for paying attention to aesthetic, I suppose.
And he said it's 400, right?
400 gold crown. Or 20 times the cost.
I still have a lot, so I'm fine.
Yeah. Unfortunately, poor Richard's just like, yes, 500 gold crown. Brilliant. I wonder what I could buy with this. A potion? Yes. weeps in black sun regularly.
And quality just. Let's see.
A +5 quality increases its damage by 10, and your attack and block with the weapon increases by +5. The rest of it doesn't really matter because, or the speed also decreases or increases by 5.
Basically, the penalty gets smaller, or if it doesn't have a penalty,
Yeah, to a maximum of +20.
Also, you carve through 1 AT of somebody's armor.
Yep.
Good together.
If you're looking for good quality armor that is of not too much concern or, issue, leather armor is really good. Honestly, the only difference between leather armor and armored long coat is leather armor has 1 less cold armor, but leather armor has no penalties or restrictions that require any wear armor to wear.
I believe it's only a shirt, though.
It is only a shirt, yes. 1 armor long coat is full plate. But if you want +5 quality armored long coats, it is only 100 gold crown. Or +5 leather is 20 gold crown.
Is it 100 gold crown?
20 times 5.
Yeah, but I think armored long coat is like 5 silver.
Oh, you are right. Everything else is gold besides the armored long coat.
Weirdly, yeah.
Weirdly, despite leather being in there as well. Which would just make it 1 gold crown.
Why not?
Yeah.
I have the gold.
You have way more than 1, yeah. Which improves all armor values by 1 except for energy. No, just +1 to all ATs.
I think it does say somewhere that it doesn't do anything for energy. I might be mistaken, though.
What, for it being quality? No, because I don't get any bonus from mine being quality to energy. Unless leather quality is different than armored long coat quality.
No idea. Doesn't hurt to double check, though.
It doesn't say anything. Maybe that was just a rule that we unintentionally put in. I mean, not that you guys deal with energy armor all too much.
But if you do,
But,
good to know.
yeah, it just says +1 to its AT. -1 move penalty. -5 natural penalty and initiative. Oh, so they didn't. So yeah, quality long coat doesn't even cost you anything to wear. Value buy.
Very value buy. Granted, there are armors that just provide better protection. But it's a pretty good value for...
Yeah, for a full coat. 7 silver. Easy. Okay. Well, beyond that, is there anything else anyone wants to do in town?
For the first day for Ishtar, no. She'll probably go browse jewelry at some point throughout their time, but not the first day.
Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and end the session then. So, we'll do experience real quick. And I'll kind of just peter off there at the end. Shopping, and unfortunately, for a party that doesn't require a lot of items, shopping just becomes that much more uninteresting. Unless you go to the Black Sun shop. But then you need way more money.
Yeah, then you're just emotionally crushed by the, well, everything in here is super useful because magic items are unicorns and anima. Unless your campaign's very specific something. Or you're in later game, and you're like, I can
If you
use
guys put
all of
all
these
your
things.
money together, you
I
might
can
be able to
spend
buy something.
one thing. We can buy one.
But, so, general interpretation, we had some character stuff. Not a lot of exciting things happened this session. I did like the etiquette part. I'll go ahead and give everyone 10 experience for this session. For being here today, 3 experience points, like any other. No particularly good ideas or plans, no difficult actions. It's just more lore hunting slash, traveling. We had 1 small combat.
Where we devastated the local wolf population.
Yeah. 10 wolves is a lot.
Yeah, those farmers are fucking lucky in the area.
You guys get 1 experience point for fighting the wolves.
Fair.
Player awards. Most damage dealt, Arthur. Most damage taken,
Richard.
Richard.
Yeah.
Utility award goes to Serena. Technically, you use your shield to guard people, even though it wasn't necessary, but you did help.
Fair.
You use your shield and then insane open roll on the dodge.
Base award. I'll give it to Jacques. Giving an etiquette lesson, I think, counts as facing. Pity award. It's a hard one.
Arthur for the dread that he has to go clothes shopping now.
Oh no, Arthur's pity's gonna be for going dress shopping.
Yeah, we'll wait for that one. I'll give it to Jacques for the constant anxiety they must be feeling knowing that this pack of wild animals has been released into a hometown. Not his hometown per se, but close enough.
They're at the same principality. They're immediately at risk. Jock, but it's so far. Like, the principality's really big. It doesn't matter.
Well, Dupois is technically connected to La Roche by a road.
Oh yeah, no. I know, I just meant like the distance traveled. It's not like somebody from Dupois is necessarily going to walk around, happen to be like, this person's acting like a monster. Doc's within 20 feet and could be associated.
You never know.
But he's still worried about it.
Player nominations and/or kudos.
And that Arthur might try and start a duel for fun.
Jock and Arthur's just back and forth. This is funny.
I agree. You guys had a really good back and forth this session. Both of you take a player award.
Yeah, kudos to all 3 of you for prompting questions and details in your etiquette lesson. And Ishtar actually asking about the ballet thing, because guess who's gonna get dragged to performance? Gonna get taken to ballet. You can't escape now. Radavin's red eye gleam meme in the background. I don't know what this is, but it sounds fancy and pretty.
Yeah. Now, the Ishtar's also going to have the dread of he's probably going to try and dress her in those clothes at some point. Maybe if he thinks they'll look good on her.
And Arthur bought books.
He did.
Arthur's having thoughts.
Yeah.
And there was only minimal Doctor Seuss references.
Yeah.
And a secondary pity kudos award to Serena for going all the way out to the cathedral. How do I be like what's wrong with me supernaturally speaking? Nun lady. What?
Why are you asking these heretical questions? It's like, can't really get information here. Got it.
Yeah, go ahead, Serena, take a player award. I think it's approaching a character goal. But yeah, asking about yes, I would like to find out about what really was Saint Helena. What are you talking about? Saint Helena was a saint.
It's in the name. Alright, but how about her personal journal? There's definitely no heretical nonsense in it if she was a heretic and not just, doing things under the idea that she was just blessed by God.
She might have believed she was blessed by God.
I was about to say, Arthur's literally doing that version right now of, I guess I can just do this.
Yeah.
The reason must be X.
So, yeah. And not only that, but you're trying to find information from someone who lived 700 years ago. It's kind of hard. Where'd she go next?
Doc tried to help a little by being like, did they have any people who are trained or other people like them? But then he wasn't going to ask the people like them because then they're just like, oh yeah, there's tons of other saints. Battles up their names.
Maybe I should ask, is there a general heading of where she started to go after everything? It's like, probably not.
No one knows.
It was chaotic. Radovan voice. She was assassinated.
It wasn't Radovan, it was Richard.
Or, sorry, Richard, yeah.
Which are both, I realize they both have our names now. Oh no.
No, you're fine. My next comment was going to be on adoring Radovan as per usual, so.
Fair. He lives for this kind of stuff.
And Richard's just a whiny baby. I appreciate him sneaking out of the etiquette question. So.
Oh, good. I can do so much with this 500 gold pieces. Drops in the bag of holding.
That thing you posted, Alex, hurts.
Oh yeah, there's a longer version too, and it just keeps getting worse.
For context, those in the stream you can't see it. It's a silly little picture of imagine a vampire of 5 centuries of slang who just keeps interspersing it. Doesn't even try to stick to one.
Oh god, I can't even imagine trying to do that in a game.
That'd be so hard.
I imagine there's a point where you get really good at it. It's just
A lot of effort.
the hard part is understanding what your party member is trying to convey to you.
Yeah.
So, any other nominations and or kudos?
Kudos to me to finally leveling up soon. Slowly drag self closer to level 6.
Oof, yeah, those bloodlines, they hurt.
Yeah. And I only have a 1 level modifier.
Yeah. So I'm excited that we're having such a nice time in this beautiful city on our way for Arthur's retribution arc. It's gonna be great.
It's a whole bunch of shopping montages, and then there's just one of him just cleaning a gun patiently in the dark, a swinging light bulb. Then back on to, summer fun! Shopping in the city.
Yeah, and I'm certain nothing down the line is going to, I don't know, come in and just be like, wow, Arthur, what you're doing is super self-destructive, and then immediately cut to some more goofy antics. Oh,
I'm
man,
just
we're
afraid there's gonna be a
wreck-
moment where Arthur's just trying to have a hard line, this is for what you did to me. If only you could see what would have been on my gravestone. And someone's just like, Arthur can read? Just destroys it completely.
The guy you're about to kill just kind of. Are you wearing perfume? No, that's the vampire. You have a vampire? Focus, I'm trying to kill you. You're ruining the moment, stop. You're making me look dumb in front of my friends. We already all know you're dumb.
Back when I knew you, boy, you didn't have nothing to your name. Look at you now, with all these people following you around. Makes me sick. Well, you don't have to come to our parties then. We love Arthur. Don't be mean to him.
Speak for
Don't
yourself.
you say that about Arthur? Just covering his ears. Arthur's a strong boy. He's done a lot to get here.
He
The
didn't.
boy's a waste of space. Doc voice. No, I agree with him.
He didn't.
No, shh. Let the man talk.
He didn't mean it, Arthur. He's just a dick. Like a little rock.
You apologize right now.
You apologize to my friend right now, or what? You're gonna kill me too? Actually, hey, Richard. I'll kill him. You bring him back to life, and then Arthur can kill him again. My head will explode. But don't do that.
Alex like, oh god, no, my vengeance arc.
I'm sure it won't be that bad.
Yeah, it's not gonna be that bad. I trust y'all.
Yeah.
But talking about it is fun.
It's very funny. I love the idea. I love picturing it as like one of those attempts at a dark moment that keeps getting cut, like the tension.
For real.
It's a very funny image.
But all right, don't worry. It's not a very like exciting session, unfortunately. And have those every once in a while.
Yeah, it happens.
Battle with the wolves kind of took a good chunk of time, and then
I can't believe we wasted those rolls. Fucking 99 and 100, and then what a 90.
and then come Sunday, you guys are gonna botch 3 times in a row.
You know what? I'm glad I burned a 9, a 17.
Well, fucking lucky you, huh? Listen, I'm putting this energy out now. Finwit's fight is gonna be epic, and not because of a bunch of garbage rolls on both sides. I'm putting out poisonous.
Oh, yeah.
I'm putting out Doc's venomous aura into the world to fuck Kitwana over.
That's what you gotta do. You gotta change your Discord name. It works every time.
I will never
It works every time.
change my Discord name.
Every time I've done it, it works out, usually.
I've never changed the actual name. People have changed the nickname, maybe. But I do not change my Discord name, and you cannot make me.
Or not like full Discord name, but like the nickname of the server.
It feels the same way to me.
See, like, change it every once in a while. People know, like, oh, yeah. Actually, I can't remember any of the.
Listen, I already try not to be annoyed
Good
by the
job,
fact
Alex.
that
Proved
Cameron's
your point.
name in this starts with a capital A, and he just left Devon's with B instead of putting like a lowercase b in there, and then all the rest of us are lowercase. Like the fact that those don't all match bothers the fuck out of me. This is the type of person I am, Alex. Don't egg it on.
I also love how Devin has the same nickname from when we were doing our stranded,
Oh, the Kojima name generator.
the Kojima name generator.
It's a
Very fitting name.
Yeah, it's good. God, I still have the original one I did with like all my friends, where it's like there's 6 different answers like for every question.
I'm just saying, you may call me Vale, but you could also call me Leicestersphere VMADS.
Oh yeah, my official name was the Drones, but I had like 6 others.
I can't
Yeah.
remember what mine was anymore.
Oh, it was
Daydreaming information, Virgo Boston Terrier, the nobody acknowledged, cannibalized vocal fry, Leicestersphere, active denial system, and slept.
yours was something. Oh yeah, yours was like the class strip or whatever.
Oh yeah, the class strip. That's right.
And I remember asking, why is that your name? And you had to tell us the lovely story.
Yes, it was like, what was it?
Most
Oh, the most
embarrassing.
embarrassing period in my life, yeah. Because I was taking a sweatshirt off in school and I accidentally took my shirt off in the middle of class. It was great. I was in 3rd grade. It scarred me for life.
Oh no.
Yeah, I forgot a lot of the names I got because kind of suck. Yeah, like the only one I could literally see as a Kojima name is the drones, but
We get double Suzanne. Double Suzanne.
And you're about to be down to 0 Suzanne's because I need to go to bed.
ah damn.
Yeah, I need to go to bed as well. I actually need to stream tomorrow.
It's fair.
I was supposed to stream today, and I was like, you know what? I streamed on Saturday. I streamed Sunday. I streamed Monday. When was my last day off from streaming? I streamed technically on Wednesday, so I don't have days off. I just have days where I stream less.
Yeah.
I bumped my camera.
The things you do to climb your way to fame, you hope.
Yeah, but see, then when I'm rich and famous, I can stream less and make more somehow.
Or just do what what's his name? Clint something. Do what he does and stream like once a fucking month, like, or even like less than that. And whenever he streams, it's like an event with his fan base where everyone shows up because oh fuck, he's streaming. Oh, we gotta see that.
Wouldn't that be great? Work once a month, make a profit.
Less than that. He's a very though.
Ugh, but it's fine. We're making progress, halfway there, almost an affiliate, and then I can make pennies. Yeah, 100 bits. Fuck yeah. Give me $1, I'll do a trick for you like you're...
Just beg for Twitch Primes.
Twitch Prime, come on, you got Prime membership. Everyone has Prime membership. Amazon owns all of you. Give me some of that.
Alright, well, good night, Suzanne.
Night.
Suzanne.
Good
Also,
night.
night stream.
And
Bye,
good night to all
stream.
of y'all.
Bye bye.